leg and just a couple of runs. So the first couple of runs added to the overnight total. First couple of runs for the West Indies Academy on day 3, going up to 62 for 2. And indeed, he is a quite a powerful young chap, is Mbiki Joseph. I had the opportunity to see him, as I mentioned, in some white ball cricket over the last couple of months, and he does pack a punch. And I think we saw that on day 1 in the short time that he batted. Of course, he's faced 35 deliveries so far. And again, just a nice line outside the off stump, drawing Akim Ogis forward. But back to Mbiki Joseph, we saw some shots from him on that first day. There was 30-odd deliveries he faced on the first day, where you saw the power coming through.
Yes, we did see the power coming through, but what impressed me most, though, was his timing. We saw him easing a couple of deliveries through the offside to the boundary for 4, and seems to be a batsman who has very good timing also.
Speaking of timing, this young chap, former under-19 West Indies player Akim Ogis, not quite ready, but when you talk about timing, we also saw some beautiful shots from Akim Ogis. He's just faced the 20 deliveries so far, and we saw some beautifully timed shots from Ogis on that first afternoon. And he's just playing inside the line of this one. Jamal Hamilton behind the stumps, who's in his 100th first-class match. But definitely Akim Ogis, one of those elegant type of left-handers. I don't know what it is. Somebody was asking me that, I think last week or when. Why do we always talk about left-handers as elegant, and we hardly ever say right-handers are elegant?
Well, there are some elegant right-handers, of course, but there seems to be a difference with the left-handers, and I don't know if it's the left-handedness, but they always seem to look a lot better than the right-handers.
This one a little fuller from Archibald, and it's just tucked into the leg side to the mid-on fielder. Of course, Jamal Hamilton, the wicket-keeper, the unmistakable figure of the captain Rakim Cornwall at first slip. So 3 slips and a gully. Point, extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside.
That delivery was in fact a no ball there by Archibald, signaled by the umpire.
So the extra run and the extra delivery to be bowled by Archibald. And he's continued with that line just outside the off stump. It's going to be interesting, as you mentioned a while ago, about the conditions. And Warner Park, as we come to the end of the first over of the morning, Academy moving on to 63 for 2, just 3 runs in that over from Colin Archibald. We were talking about the environment and the facilities and the conditions, and Warner Park is one of the most beautiful grounds in the Caribbean, I must say. I had the opportunity to walk through the outfield this morning to set some of the equipment on the far side of the ground, and with all the rain, the outfield is still very much dry and play ready. It's going to be interesting to see what type of effect it will have, though, with the players, whether they slip or anything like that. The no ball there from Archibald, whether there'll be any interruption in the bowlers' run-ups and so on.
Warner Park, of course, is a very quick drying ground. We have seen it in the past where we have had buckets of rain, even in the evening during CPL. And once the rain stopped, the matches were able to resume in a timely manner. So it's a quick drying ground. And once the pitch is properly covered, we do not lose much time here at Warner Park.
Javier Spencer, it is with the second over on the third morning. And just like his opening bowling partner, is just outside of the off stump and comfortably taken by Jamal Hamilton. And it definitely is wonderful. I mean, there's been so much conjecture and talk around the Caribbean over the last few months in particular about the different facilities. And generally those discussions are about the pitches in particular, allowing our players the type of surfaces necessary to be able to make that jump to the next level. This one just a nice looking out swinger from Javier Spencer. And the discussion has always been about that, and I think sometimes we don't give the groundsmen the type of credit we should, because we have rain and different weather conditions, and they get the grounds ready in such a timely fashion, so kudos to them.
Yes, and one of the things we have to look at too is the outfield, the speed of the balls going across the outfield, whether or not the rain would have slowed down things a bit.
And that definitely is a part of the entire game as well, that sometimes we always focus on the playing strip, the pitch. Whether there's grass, whether there's cracks, whether it's dusty, whether it's pace or spin. And we sometimes forget that the outfield is also part of the equation, because you would know, Earl, playing the game as a batter, when you play a shot and you know you've middled it and you get full value for your runs, you feel that confidence.
Makes a big difference also. Full value would give you the extra 2 runs or so. As opposed to just picking up whether a single or a brace of runs. So it makes a big difference to the scorecard also. So a good quick outfield is critical to the game.
Javier Spencer just continuing in that corridor, just about a 4th, 5th stump line, and moving away from the left-handed Mbiki Joseph. 5 dot balls in the over so far, and hoping that he can finish out the over. Would be the first maiden over of the morning. Of course, it's just the second over of the morning. We've gotten started a bit earlier today, which is, again, kudos to the ground staff for being ready for us to get started at 9:30 so we can make up for some of the lost time. And then, of course, kudos to the match officials as well. This one driven and just past the outstretched hand of that fielder at cover. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary, but an easy single. But a beautiful over nonetheless from Javier Spencer. Just the 1 run in it. And the score, the West Indies Academy in their first innings, replying to 137 all out from the Hurricanes, 64 for 2. And mentioning the match officials, match referee in this one is none other than West Indies legend, Mr. Rion King. Standing umpires, Mr. Crawford and Ramdani. And our 4th official, Mr. Joseph.
Interesting, though, that the Leeward Islands opted to start with their 2 left-arm seamers as opposed to Jeremiah Louis. Jeremiah Louis, who opened the bowling yesterday, along with Spencer. In fact, Archibald started from this end this morning, and he will continue with the second over of the day. But interesting that the 2 left-arm seamers started for the Leewards.
This one a bit fuller, and we've seen with the left-handed Colin Archibald, we're not seeing much movement, but on the converse side, we've seen a bit of outswing from the other end.
Yes, certainly from Spencer, and I would have thought that perhaps Louis, who has the ability to swing it a bit, he has the ability to move it through the end of the seam. I would have thought that he might have opted to start with Louis this morning.
Well, I think quite possibly Captain Rakim Cornwall is thinking that Archibald has gotten one of the 2 wickets so far.
Well, so too Louis.
So we definitely know that that's possibly why he's there with Archibald, and he's hoping maybe the left-handed bowler may just get a wicket from the other end as well.
Well, to me, it's a bit of sameness, you know. You start with your 2 left-arm fast bowlers, and sometimes it's good to go for a bit of variety. But Captain Cornwall knows it best.
Yeah, speaking of variety, this one a little bit shorter from Archibald. Another no ball signaled here by umpire Crawford. Speaking of variety, Daniel Durham, we haven't seen him just yet.
Well, it was expected that Cornwall would go for his seamers earlier clock. The pitch was covered all day yesterday, and he would have thought that there would be some moisture in the wicket, so opting to go for his seamers earlier clock. But as we look at the state of the game, though, the Leeward Islands only scored 137, and they need to break through quickly and get wickets if they are to keep themselves well into this game.
As beautiful sunshine illuminates Warner Park, and should the weather, as expected, stay like this, it's going to get a lot easier, you would think, for batting. And as you mentioned, that moisture that may be there from the, I can't say overnight rain, the couple of days of rain and then the sweating under the covers, is going to dry up pretty fast, because we can feel the heat coming into the commentary booth from the beautiful sunshine here at Warner Park. And that gives the academy the upper hand. You would think, and here's another no ball. So Archibald has bowled 3 no balls for the morning, and as I mentioned a little while ago, Earl, I'm wondering whether or not the conditions, whether it's the wind blowing across him, throwing him off, or maybe it's just a tad bit of moisture in the run-up, or what it might be.
Well, I certainly don't think so. I don't think there's much of a breeze about. As we look at the trees on our left, the trees are hardly moving, and the ground seems to be in pretty good condition, pretty dry condition. So perhaps Archibald just missing his run-up a bit.
And nice, beautiful delivery. That delivery impresses our director, Vinod. A bit of a he was a bowler in his time, so he's going to be impressed by bowlers. He was never much of a batter, as much as he might sell it to you that he was a batter.
Yeah, but certainly that was a good delivery. It seemed to have swung a bit, very close to the off stump. And in the end, the batsman handled it well, Joseph.
This one is swinging into him, and a loud appeal. I think from where I sit, I think it may have been a bit of height and just drifting a little bit too much down the leg side.
Yes, I think it was more a question of height, but a good delivery nevertheless by Archibald, and beating the defense of Joseph, and the appeal went up. But the Leeward Islands, they remain on the attack. Their 3 slips are a gully, is a man at point, short extra cover mid-off, and they're just 2 on the onside, a long leg and a mid-on. Very similar field to the academy.
This one is full, and he's driven, and a bit of a bubble in the field at mid-off allows them to go through for that first run, for that 1 run indeed.
Jeremiah Louis, the guilty party that time. And the Leewards could ill afford to give away runs. They have already made a low score. It's now 68 for 2, and 137 is not a very threatening total. So,
having said that, though, would you mentioned the 3 slips? Of course, this is almost like a traditional Test match feel. But would you have gone on the attack a little bit more? Probably a forward short leg, or probably even an extra slip.
Well, no, there's nothing so far to suggest to that you should strengthen that slip cordon. Coming from the bowler, of course. but the over comes to an end.
So at the end of another over on the third morning in round one of matches in the CWI 4-day championship, the West Indies Academy have progressed to 68 for 2, continuing on from their overnight total of 60 for 2. They're still 69 runs behind that 137 that they bowled out the Leewards for. And speaking about overnight, not so much of good news overnight for the senior West Indies men's T20 team, falling short in Australia by just 11 runs. Of course, for Australia, they were anchored really and truly by a beautiful half-century from David Warner at the top of the order. Got to 70 from just 36 deliveries, and then finished off lovely by Tim David, 37 from 17. They got to 213 in their 20 overs. And
you would have said anchored by David Warner. That's more like propelled. 70 from 37 deliveries?
36.
36 deliveries? That seems like a very good strike rate to me.
Yeah, indeed. Typical David Warner style. 3 wickets for Andre Russell, who was on a hat-trick at the end of the innings, and 2 wickets for Alzari Joseph, but both of them are a bit expensive, going at 10.5 and 11.5 economy rate in their overs. This one down the leg side, and well away from those pads and the bat, but taken comfortably by Jamal Hamilton. And then in reply, the West Indies got off to a lovely start with Brandon King and Johnson Charles both going guns blazing. Brandon King ending up on 53 from 37 and Johnson Charles 42 from 25. But there on out, only Jason Holder 34 from 15, anything of real significance. This one just played down into the ground. Nice off hands from Mbiki Joseph down to Daniel Durham there in the gully.
Now, looking at the state of this game, though, we lost the whole day yesterday, but there's still a lot of time left in this game, especially bearing in mind that the Leewards were dismissed for a very small score, 137, and the West Indies Academy now inching closer and closer to that score.
Down the leg side again, and did it come off the pad? It looked to be coming off the pad from my vantage. Well, yes, indeed. And the signal from umpire Ramdani off the pad that took it away from the diving Jamal Hamilton. My gosh, really difficult for a wicketkeeper, especially when you're that height.
Well, he certainly didn't have much of a chance there. But just to get back to what I was saying a while ago, the academy, they are playing this game well. Then they would realize that there's quite a lot of time left in this game. Having bowled out the Leeward Islands for just 137, and they're themselves in a pretty good position. So perhaps the academy might be looking to probably bat once, take the innings as deep as possible and get a good score on the board and put the Leeward Islands under pressure. Leewards, on the other hand, will be looking to pick up wickets, and they need to do so quickly.
This one again, straying on the legs and flicked away. And a bit of a bobble and a misfield from the mid-on fielder allows the batters good aggressive running here from Ogisa and Joseph. Gets them 3 runs. But Javier Spencer in this over really probably looking to attack the pads and bring the LBW into play, but straying on occasions and making it easy for Joseph just to get runs on that vacant leg side.
Well, those last couple of deliveries, he seemed to have gone a bit too straight. And we saw one coming from the pad and going down to fine leg for 4. And now the batsman playing into the onside up to mid-on. There was a bit of a bubble there by the fieldsman. allowing a couple of runs. In fact, 3 runs.
You mentioned it in terms of the approach of the academy and the Leewards. Again, this one is straight and just tucked into square leg. The Leewards, they don't want to be giving away runs, those little bubbles, because you're already in a position where possibly you can concede on first innings. And if the academy decides that they can bat the entire day, as you mentioned, they can get that big score, probably just bat once in the game and look to force a result tomorrow. At the end of the over, the academy has moved on to 77 for 2.
So 77 for 2, which means they're just some 60 runs behind the Leeward Island score. And Philip will continue. Archibald, will continue from the media center end.
And just giving some updates on some of the other matches happening around the CWI 4-day championship. Barbados Pride 344 for 8 declared, and the combined campuses and colleges are 10 for 1. Beautiful delivery just in that corridor, and just outside, past that outside edge of Akim Ogis. Probably just playing a bit inside the line, you think?
Quite possible, but nevertheless a very good delivery, very close to the off stump, and one which I think would have challenged the judgment of the batsman, but in the end he handled it well.
The other game here in St. Kitts across at a Connery cricket facility, Connery Sports Club at Trinidad and Tobago. 215 for 4. That game is yet to get started on the 3rd day. This one, he's pulling at this one and no timing. Probably coming off the Q end of the bat and going out to Jeremiah Louis at mid-off.
I don't think it was the correct length for Agis to be pulling, and probably got a bit big on him. And as we look at the replay, well,
to my estimation, it seemed to just stick in the pitch a bit, and probably just bringing his pace down a little bit as well. Colin Archibald and Ogis threw the shot way too early. This one edged and just in the front of skipper Rakim Cornwall, but it would not have mattered even if he took the catch, because a no ball, as we see here, just about 6 inches in front of the big man. But that no ball brings up the 50-run partnership. Yeah, but a beautiful delivery nonetheless.
Certainly, but Archibald going over the popping crease for the 4th time this morning. And had that carried, then he would have been knowing the fact that he overstepped.
Yeah, he would have been pulling out his hair. So he's gone fuller and attacking those paths, looking for that Yorker, and it's flicked away. An easy single.
I think the Leeward Islands would have to do something different at this point. These 2 batsmen, for most parts, they have looked very comfortable this morning. Archibald has bowled a good line and length, but he has not really troubled the batsmen too much. So too Spencer from the far end. I think Cornwall will be thinking in terms of making a bowling change at 79 for 2, chasing a small target of 137. You need to get wickets as quickly as possible. Yeah. So perhaps very shortly we might see some bowling change. Or changes for that matter.
Indeed. And the chances have been few and far between for the morning so far. This one is gone outside the off stump and a lot shorter than before. And
these 2 youngsters, they have impressed though. Joseph and Agis. And they certainly have impressed so far. They have been very selective. They have played some good shots. Just probably 1 or 2 fault shot from a geese, for example. We probably saw one there in this over, but he got away with it. But generally, they have shown good cricket sense.
And I think that's one of that was I don't know if you had Sesame Street when you were growing up, but there was this thing, word of the day, letter of the day, and we used that phrase of game awareness.
That's right.
So many times on the first day. I think that was our phrase or word of the day.
That's
game
right.
aware.
Yeah, so youngsters really showing good maturity here at Warner Park.
And that maturity is going to lend itself into what we were mentioning just a while ago in terms of whether or not the academy in particular can push to get a result out of this one, as it's flicked away by Joseph. It's going to trickle very close, but not run into the boundary. But again, a wide open spaces on the leg side, so not the line Archibald might really want to be bowling.
Certainly not. And that one, perhaps Joseph might not have timed it as well as he would have liked, or perhaps the outfield in that area is a bit sluggish. But stopping just inside the deep mid-wicket boundary, but the batsmen were able to pick up 3 runs. So the academy continues to prosper, and it's good conditions here for batting, bright, sunny. And so far, we have not seen the pitch doing anything untoward.
No, it's definitely, I mean, we've mentioned it when we got started about the beautiful conditions, and I mentioned the Warner Park is definitely one of the premier facilities in the Caribbean. And even with a day and a half, really and truly, probably about 36 hours consistently of rain here in St. Kitts since the evening of Wednesday night, in fact. It's been raining. This one, beautiful delivery, just squaring up almost Mbiki Joseph, but lifting.
Yes, a very good delivery indeed, probably going over the top of off, middle and off. And really squaring up the batsman, as you rightly said, and going through to the keeper. So a pretty good delivery there by Spencer, who's operating from the far end.
So persisting on that line just outside the off stump, Javier Spence, which is a lot better than his previous over where he was a tad too straight and conceded with the aid of a couple of misfield, in fact, a couple of runs on that leg side. But he's done better so far in this over.
Oh, yes, certainly. And in that over you were speaking of, one clipped the thigh of Joseph and went down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So a much better start to this over from Spencer.
Speaking of which, he's short and wide, and Joseph has a go at it. And you see him rehearsing there. He probably could have gotten a bit closer, as he shows in rehearsing the shot. He takes that step across the offside to the off stump, but so easily could have nicked off into the waiting hands of one of those 3 slips or gully.
Yes, losing patience a bit there, Joseph.
This one is full. He's driven it through a squarish cover region, and it's going to trickle away now just in front of the scoreboard to the western end, right in front of the groundsman's shed. And 4 runs to the bat of Mbiki Joseph.
Yes, a lovely shot indeed. This one over-pitched and driven nicely through covers by Joseph. And it raced away to the boundary for 4.
And when you look at Mbiki Joseph, we were talking about that short and wide one where when he was rehearsing, he was moving across to that off stump. When you look at that over pitch delivery, it was wide, but that trigger movement that he had, that little step across, he's already batting on a middle stump guard, and he took that little step, so it allowed him to actually reach the ball, because if he didn't make that trigger movement, he probably would have nicked it off or missed altogether. So even so far as an over-pitch delivery, it still had to be hit. And Mbiki Joseph did well to do so.
Not a good delivery there by Spencer, but well handled by Joseph. Just picking up the line and allowing it through outside the off stump.
And that boundary carries him into the 40s. So possibly in the back of his mind here, as we mentioned at the end of the first day, some of these players, yes, you're thinking about team, but you're also thinking about some of your own personal milestones.
Yes, and once you do well, it's a domino effect really. Your team will do well. But he caught. It was short lifting and about off stump, and he steered it right into the man at third slip hands. That looks like Kofi James, who accepted gleefully. A straightforward catch. And
you can see his reaction, definitely not pleased with himself. Is Mbiki Joseph, and just a lifting delivery and almost like slip catching practice when you see them going through their drills first up in the morning, just really guiding that one into the hands of third slip, and almost a commentator's curse as we were talking about milestones, and possibly you'd be thinking about, hey, let me see out the first hour of play, get to the drinks break, probably I can get to my 50 and then push on. He's just fended at one lifting delivery. So Spence has his first wicket, so it's paid dividends for Captain Cornwall.
Yes, it did, but a delivery which Joseph could have left on height. And he just, stayed it, as you rightly said, as if they were giving catching practice, the catching drills in the morning just before the start of play. He just stayed it tamely to Kofi James at third slip, and he accepted gleefully. Very easy catch indeed.
Yeah, so that wicket brings us to the end of another over. At the end of that over, the third West Indies Academy wicket going down. They are now 86 for 3, and Rivaldo Clark has joined Akim Ogist in the middle. Of course, Rivaldo Clark on that first day having a good time in the field. He is a wicket keeper by trade. I would like to say. He is the second wicketkeeper in this West Indies Academy team. And he has a job to do, though, with the bat, along with his partner, Akim Ogis, who is continuing along nicely on a 19 from 29 deliveries. Remember, Akim Ogis came to the middle probably just about a half an hour before play was eventually called on the first day because of a bad light.
So we are seeing the first bowling change of the morning.
Yeah, the gentleman you were calling for from the start.
Well, he certainly did not start well. It was wide of the off stump and going further, very close to being called a wide. So not a good start. Seemed to have had some problems so far. Even in his first spell, he seemed to have had some problems with his radar.
Yeah, I think you're reading my mind, because I was going to remind you that he did that in the first part of his spell, just as he's done here, in pushing across, and he was a lot better coming around the wicket to the left-handers.
Yes, certainly, and the two deliveries in this over so far very similar, going very wide of the off stump, and perhaps if it was a one-day match or 2020. Those certainly would have been called wides. But
of course, he's picked up one of the 3 wickets, Jeremiah Louis, and this one he's overcompensated, gone the other direction, and has gone down the leg side. A beautiful delivery to a right-handed batter, but the left-handed Ogis is on strike.
Yeah, certainly, Ogis did not have to play at that one. It was pitched outside the leg stump and moving further away. And as you rightly said, it would have been a very good delivery to a right-hander.
There you go. He's gotten it right. Rivaldo Clark is sprinting down the wicket, but O'Geese was definitely not interested, and Rivaldo Clark probably just a little excited, wants to get the scoreboard moving along, wants to get on strike, wants to get his opportunity. He's going to get his opportunity. He's got to realize that, and you don't want... we always say, commentators for years have been saying it, 1 wicket generally brings 2 and 3 wickets. And Rivaldo Clark would do well to remember that you don't want to set your team back. You're still, even with the fall of the Mbeki Joseph wicket, you're still in a commanding position.
This one outside the off stump from Louis, but no shot offered, but a lot closer to the off stump than previous deliveries. But the batsman picked up the line well and allowed it through.
And just the last game in this round one score to give an update on the Jamaica Scorpions, 159 in their first innings, Windies Islands Volcanoes. This one is a beautiful delivery, bringing Akim O'Geese forward and just outside that off stump, just outside that outside edge.
Yes, a good end to the over there by Jeremiah Louis, and certainly beating the outside edge of the batsman, Geese.
And you can see,
the Leeward Island bowlers, they need to be unsung because they need to pick up wickets and pick them up very quickly to remain in this game. And at 86 for 3. It's still a very good position for the West Indies Academy, and they would be looking to build on what has been a very good start.
You mentioned about the Leeward Islands bowlers. Just as I give the score from the Jamaica Scorpions, Windward Islands Volcanoes a game, I want to come back to something you mentioned about the bowlers. Jamaica Scorpions 159 in their first innings. 341 of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and Jamaica 76 for 4 in their second innings. This one on a good length, a lifting delivery from and someone whispered in my ear that game at Sabina Park with the Scorpions and the Volcanoes is going to end today. No questions asked. I'm not a betting man, so I don't have any money. But you mentioned the bowlers, the Leeward Islands bowlers, and when you look at that last delivery that drew Akim O'Geese forward, and even this delivery, a lifting delivery, just guided nicely by Rivaldo Clark. And indeed, the outfield is a lightning quick, gets full value for his shot, and 4 runs to Rivaldo Clark.
Yes, a very good shot indeed. He got on top of the bounce and stayed it in the gap and down to the third man boundary for 4. Very good shot indeed, and a very good shot to get off the mark.
I think that's why he was sprinting down halfway down in the last over, looking to get on strike. He wants to feel batter on ball. But you look at that delivery, that in the previous Jeremiah Louis over, he was too wide on both sides of the wicket. And just at the end of the over, he got that perfect delivery. And just as this delivery from Spencer is quite a good delivery. And it's been something of discussion over more recent times, West Indian bowlers being able, especially in the longer formats, to put the ball on one spot consistently.
Well, that of course is referred to as metronomic, and people like Josh Hazelwood from Australia, for example, they're capable of just putting that ball on one spot and keeping the batsman in check.
This one, a quick single here from Rivaldo Clark, and a good, again, a word of the match, a game away. He was aware to the fact that fielder, it looks like Jeremiah Louis out there at mid-off, was a bit on his heels, and the young, energetic Rivaldo Clark was off in a hurry.
Well, apart from that too, Louis had some ground to cover. He had to move to his right. So it was a well judged single there by young Clark.
And you mentioned Josh Hazelwood. I grew up in an era where, to me, the greatest bowler of all time, that's my opinion, obviously. This one just outside the off stump. And he was a man that would put the ball on that spot 7, 8, 9, 10, every whole day. That's the man, Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Oh, yes, certainly. I won't let you go before I ask you something though. As you mentioned, that particular bowler, and I'll get back to that in a while. Has nothing to do with this game in particular, but West Indies cricket.
Lifting delivery in the air. Akimogis has fended one after getting to 19 and playing so well. He's got a lifting delivery from Javier Spencer and just really playing too early and in fact getting a leading edge into the hands of Gully.
Yes, he played too early and it looks somewhat like a cross-batted shot, but we look at it again.
You seem to be just trying to turn it into the leg side and playing it too early, getting the leading edge or the outer half of the bat and going across. But a beautiful delivery from Spencer, a hint of movement again from Javier Spencer.
Yes, and he has picked up his second wicket for the morning. So the Leewards now are into business at this stage, picking up 2 quick wickets. And you said a while ago, one can bring 2. So you know, I don't know if it's a question of the commentator's curse or what, but certainly the West Indies Academy now losing 2 quick wickets and putting the Leeward Islands back into the game. But what your opinion really, just recently, just looking at the Pakistan-Australia series, and they mentioned the 3 fast bowlers from Australia, Hazelwood, Stark and Cummins. And the question came up as to whether or not they were a better combination than holding Marshall and Joel Garner. And one commentator, Ian Smith from New Zealand, he said that he would go with the Australians. I don't know how much you know of those guys.
A beautiful Yorker length delivery, dug out, and again, Rivaldo Clark, like a cat on a hot tin roof, is off and putting the fielders under pressure. And he's taken that quick single.
Yes, Clark, he seems to be a very busy player. We have seen him looking for quick runs, looking for the quick single, and looking to rotate the strike, but a very close one that time.
Colin Archibald, the man there at mid-on, on his heels a bit, had some ground to cover, and even a diving attempt, maybe with a direct hit, may have been close. This one just outside the off stump, and Naeem Young, the skipper, has come to the middle and is forward at this one, but well inside the line. He did play at it though.
Yes, he certainly did play at it, but Louis seems to have found his line.
Well, I mean, we were talking about it just a while ago. He's definitely a lot more comfortable bowling to right-handers. As we see here, this one is struck him on the pad, loud appeal. And there you go. He was almost celebrating, was Jeremiah Louis. And I was just saying that he's more comfortable bowling to right-handers. The ball in to the captain, striking him on the pad, and the lifted finger of umpire Crawford.
Yes, a very good delivery there indeed by Jeremiah Louis. And the batsman struck in front and sent on his way for no score. So Leeward Islands fighting back and fighting back well. And having picked up some 4 wickets now for the morning.
Yeah, and we've been talking about bowlers and putting this ball on the right spot. And you can see that he set him up. Because if you recall, the ball before that, he drew him forward. It was just a little bit wider. And that delivery to get the wicket, he changed his line just slightly, brought it a little closer. And it is cruise ship season. I'm at a loss for which direction I'm supposed to be looking at. That there is the southern end of the ground. And there are 2 cruise ships in the harbor.
Yes.
And they're stationary at port. Just as the innings of the West Indies Academy has seemingly come to a halt with the loss of 3 wickets this morning. Wicketkeeper Tuckett coming to the middle in the midst of all of it.
Yes, and of course that port is Port Zante. But certainly the Leeward Islands fighting back well. They have picked up some quick wickets. And now, who knows, the cat could be among the pigeons.
This one almost, well, in fact, it's gone through him, and it's gone through wicketkeeper Hamilton as well. It did clip the pad on the way through, and 4 leg byes. But again, looking to bring that ball into the right-hander is Jeremiah Louis, and going fuller rather than shorter on this occasion.
Yes, and this time he would have lost his direction a bit. I thought Hamilton should have been able to rope that one in. Ball seemed to have gone under him and down to the fence for 4.
This one, he's outside the off stump. He's drawn his length back, and he's got the wicketkeeper batter of the academy, Carlon Tuckett. I almost said Carl Tuckett. That's his dad.
Was scheduled to be at Connery today, but no play going on there yet.
Yeah, I did see him this morning, actually. I saw him yesterday as well when I was across there, even in the midst of all the rain. I said, your son is playing well.
Well, he needs to play well here today.
He's nicely forward, is a young Tuckett. He said, I'm glad for him. Let him go ahead. That was the answer that I got. At the end of another over, we're just inside the first hour of play for the morning, and the West Indies Academy, after being 60 for 2 overnight, are now 96 for 5. 3 wickets falling this morning so far, and some 36 runs being added. So in the midst of the wickets falling, they continue to pick up runs through some good battership, but also through being aided and abetting from just a bit of wayward bowling from here to there, some on occasions from the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and
so into another Javier Spencer over, and still not yet 100 runs on the board. A single off that first delivery, and still trailing by some 40 runs, the West Indies Academy on first innings. But I was mentioning to you that even in the midst of all the wickets falling, that the run rate seems to be still steadily going at just over 3.5 to the over. And this one again, just honing in and around off stump, outside off stump. There are 4 slips waiting, and a man at a backward point.
yes, so the Leewards, they continue to be attacking, and it has reaped some rewards for them. They have picked up some 3 wickets, but as you rightly said, the run rate remains consistent. It's a very good one.
This one is full. It's driven and well stopped by, is it Kareem Allen? Is it there in the
Louis, the other Louis.
The other Louis, in fact it is. Gets a bit of a congratulations from his vice captain, Kofi James. Indeed, because had it passed him, probably would have gone to the boundary.
Brilliant stop indeed. Diving to his right and preventing what could have been 4 runs. Runs are precious at this point, as they would say, like gold dust.
Indeed. This one, he's drawn his length back a bit, and he's brought this one into the right-handed batter. But we've been talking about bowling and the bowlers, and you mentioned a while ago about the commentator making mention that he's going to take the present Australian batch, Stark, Cummings, Hazelwood, over Holding Garner, Marshall. You asked me, I had the opportunity to see Joel Garner, but not live in his heyday. I saw him when he had retired in a charity match, and he definitely was a sight to see and a sight to behold. This one down the leg side, but I'll tell you, I guess probably because I'm West Indian and I've grown up again with my uncles and all the different stories. I saw the end of Malcolm Marshall's career as well, just towards the mid-80s. I was a little chap, man, and saw the end of his career. Didn't see much of Michael Holding other than the video clips and so on, and hearing from my uncles and so on. And there's no way that I'm going to pick any other bowling attack ever than that crop of West Indian bowlers. This one wide outside the off stump. And of course, as I mentioned to you, my number one bowler of all time is Curtly Ambrose. That's my opinion. That's how I feel. And second to him, my Antiguan friends are going to smile when they hear this, is Sir Andy Montgomery Roberts. Those are my favorite 2 of all times.
Well, we'll get back to that. The drinks break has been taken, and we'll take a short break.
Thank you very much, and welcome back after the first water break on this, the third day's play here at the Warner Park. So the Leewards trying to peg back the West Indies Academy. They're 97 for 5, and they have done a very good job so far.
Oh yes, certainly. At one point they were struggling to get a wicket, but once the floodgate was opened, and I speak reservedly about floodgate because we certainly had a lot of rain yesterday, but once they got the first wicket this morning, they picked up a couple more, in fact 3 more.
So they'll be looking to continue to pick up wickets here at Warner Park. The Leewards made a paltry 137 it is in the first innings. I'm sure they would have been disappointed with that performance in the first game for the West Indies 4-day competition, but they have done pretty well, and they would want to restrict the West Indies Academy to a smaller total as possible. Even if they can try and get them under the first inning score, it would be a plus for them as well.
Yes, Gary. Of course, lots of time left in this game still.
So we see a good delivery. Came from the inner portion of the bat. And with Valdo Clark, we get a single. So we have seen Jeremiah Louis has been looking to keep the ball up to the batsman. The wicket he got with the ball pitched up, and the batsman missed it, and it was LBW. We have seen him being able to get the ball to come back from outside the off stump to the right-handers.
Yes, and he started quite erratically, but he seemed to have garnered himself in and bowling a good line and length and taking the ball up to the bat. And picks up another wicket.
Another ball which was pitched up. This time was a bit further outside the off stump. And Boyan Tuckett went after it and is out caught asleep by the big Jimbo Cornwall. He's the captain of the Leewards team. And the Leewards picking up another wicket. It's 98 for 6.
So young Tuckett. Well, they're reaching for that one as opposed to getting across and getting in line. And the outside edge was taken and flew away to slips.
Yes, he was reaching, as you said, and what the problem we're having with our youngsters, we're not getting in line, we're not coming across, we're not even too sure where your off stump is. So you're there, you're not sure where your off stump is, the ball is a bit outside the off stump and you're fanning at it. If you had come back and across, you would have known where your off stump is, you could have almost allowed that to go through.
Yes, certainly. And we have seen the greats. When you look at people like David Warner, for example, when he takes his guard, it's like he's marking out a set of stumps. So he knows exactly which mark is for his half stump, and he gets in line to cover. But as we saw young Tuckett there, he was just reaching, just stretching across, and certainly not getting in line. And perhaps these young batsmen, they need to devise some ways or means in which they could know exactly where their off stump is. But of course, there's what we call the trigger movement to get back and across or forward, for example. So you would be very much in line with the delivery. We are not seeing that. We are not seeing the trigger movement in some of these batsmen.
So Joshua James, he has replaced Carlin Tuckett, who was just out, and Louis is in the middle of a good spell, and he has been getting the ball on target, and that first delivery to James was right up, but James was to the measure of it. 98 for 6, the West Indies Academy, and the Leewards, I'm sure, we're looking to get the remaining 4 wickets as quickly as possible. Nice hot sunshine here at the Warner Park playing field. Stark contrast to yesterday when we had lots of rain. So it's nice and sunny. This is wide outside the off stump, and James is not going to be tempted to bring up the end of the over. So over number 29 has been completed. 98 for 6, the West Indies Academy. They trail by some 39 runs still.
Yes, a very good over there by Jeremiah Louis, and so the Leeward Islands fighting back well. And as I said previously, once they picked up that first wicket, certainly the cat was set among the pigeons. But just to look at some bowling figures, Spencer, he would have had an extended spell. In fact, the bowling figures are not updated at the moment, but we'll get you those figures as they become available. But certainly, the quick bowlers for the Leewards, they have done pretty well. In fact, Spencer's been taken out of the attack.
So it seems as though it's Kezron Archibald. He has replaced Spencer from the far end. So good period of play for the Leewards. Jeremiah Louis is having a good game. He had some runs when the Leewards batted, and now he's picking up wickets.
Yes, he's certainly been doing quite well for the Leeward Islands.
And he did well while he was in England as well. So I guess he is bringing that performance, the outstanding performance in England, and he's bringing it here in the West Indies 4-day championship. So Archibald, who also had a stint in England, in the air, and he will clear the infield, and they will get 2 runs. That ball was up on the off stump, and there was Clark going for the drive. He came from the outer portion of the bat, went high over the head of the fielders, and were able to get 2 runs.
You have looked at the track. Well, at least you would have seen the track for the last half an hour or so, Gary. And despite the fact that there's some grass, the track for most parts has been playing quite well. In fact, looking at it yesterday, both captains, get back to that in a moment.
So a delivery which was outside the off stump, and Rivaldo Clark allowed it to go. So the Warner Park strip most times is normally known as a good batting strip. We have seen it today. It is nothing different, but we have seen Jeremiah Louis has been able to get some movement off the pitch, and that is a good sign for Jeremiah Louis. But it's normally a good batting strip here at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium.
Yes, it is, but what we saw at the start of the game was more grass than usual, and those patches, and one thought, I'll get back to that in a while.
And it's into the onside. They will get 2 runs, at least for now. They'll get 2 as the fielder from long leg had someone to do across to his left down towards deep forward of square. It was a delivery where the batsman went for a drive, but he came from the inner portion of the bat and went down into the onside, and were able to pick up 2 runs. So the total with those 2 has gone on to 102 for 6.
So one thought at the start of the game that it would have provided more assistance to the fast bowlers. In fact, the academy won the toss, inserted the Leewards, and Cornwall himself said that if he had won the toss, he would have inserted the other team. But certainly the track has played quite well. So
delivery, and Rivaldo Clark allowed it to go through. But yes, the grass on the pitch might have fooled or misled the captain in thinking that there might have been some pace out of the pitch. But normally, we are accustomed to Warner Park to be a good batting strip. So the extra grass on the pitch, yes, might have influenced the decision of the captain. But it is normally not a fast track here at Warner Park.
No, certainly not. But nevertheless, the academy, the West Indies Academy, they were able to bowl out the Leeward Islands for 137.
Lovely shot. A ball up on the off stump, and he played it square of the wicket, past the backward point, and down towards the boundary. Before he just got it to the left of the point fielder, down towards the boundary to bring up the end of the over. A lovely shot.
Lovely shot indeed there by Clark, opening the face of the bat and getting it to the left of that field, backward point, away from him. And the ball raced away to the boundary for 4. So a very good shot indeed. And in the meantime, the score's gone on to 106 for 6. So they're just some 31 runs away from the Leeward Islands score. And they have just lost some six wickets. And these 2, no doubt, will be looking to steady a bit. and see their team pass the 137.
So Louis, who is in the middle of a very good spell, he has picked up some 3 wickets. Spencer has picked up 2. And Louis will continue from the media center end. Joshua James, tall figure, just pushed it down into the offside, down towards the cover area. And there is no chance of a run. So Jeremiah Louis, I'm sure he want to continue to perform well for the Leewards in this West Indies 4-day championship and impress the West Indies selectors. Are there any selectors who are looking at this game, Smitten?
My understanding is there's the Haynes is here. I've not seen him, but I've been told.
So the chairman of selectors, Desmond Haynes, has come under scrutiny in recent times in terms of his decisions. And we see a poor bit of cricket here by the Leewards, allowing a run to be had, a ball which was pushed down into the onside. The return went down towards the far end, and neither the keeper or the fielders that slipped could have gotten to it, and they were able to give away a run, Smitten.
Runs they could ill afford to give away. But Louis so far has picked up some 3 wickets for 15 runs, and he's into his 9th over. So this has been good from Jeremiah Louis. Spencer, on the other hand, he has completed his spell. He had 10 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs.
Very good delivery from Jeremiah Louis, a ball which touched down just on about the off stump. The batter Rivaldo Clark had to play at it, and the outer edge found, and another wicket to Jeremiah Louis, his 4th, and he has been bowling very well. He's in the middle of a very good spell and really creating some problems for the West Indies Academy batsmen.
Yes, a very good delivery there from Louis. And I would have said at the start of the match, in fact, at the start of the Academy's innings, that this pitch would have suited Jeremiah Louis very much. And once he got his line and length right, he certainly has been posing some problems. So that would be his 4th wicket. 4 for 15, and he's into his 9th over. And Louis, of course, capable of moving it through the air and off the pitch. So he has done very well here for the Leeward Islands.
7. So Jeremiah Louis has been getting the ball to move in towards the right-handers, and also away. That was a very good delivery. It's touched down, and the batter Rivaldo Clark had to play at it, and the outer edge found. And Louis continued to do very well for the Leewards, and certainly will continue to put pressure on the West Indies Academy. There's still some 31 runs away from the Leewards' first innings score. And maybe you can give us your thoughts on the Leewards batting in the first inning. Is it that the pitch is you getting a lot of assistance from the pitch, or the batting for the Leewards was poor?
Well, I would say the batting was poor. Some batsmen would have gotten out to some fairly good deliveries, but as you would realize, once you were prepared to stick it out, you could have gotten runs. Louis himself showed that, along with Terence Ward. They had a good partnership, a 50-run partnership, and they stuck it out a bit. And it's not a bad batting track. And one pundit said that.
So a good delivery and making some height, and the new batter was on top of it and played it down into the onside. So it's 106 it is. 107.
There was a no ball signal just now. So I was saying, one pundit actually said that perhaps the Leeward Islands batting is a bit on the inexperienced side, and perhaps that could have accounted for that low score.
The new batter is Joshua Bishop, so we saw that last delivery made some height after passing the batsman Bishop. It touched down and had some movement away, but it was a bit too wide to encourage the new batter Bishop to go after it. So the over has been completed. So Louis made 45 when the Leewards batted, And now he's amongst the wicket, 4 for 15 from 9. That's an excellent spell of bowling from Jeremiah Louis.
Oh yes, certainly he has done well. He has bowled well, and one wonders though, Gary, what was the extent of the preparation of the Leeward Islands prior to this for the tournament. We know that there was a match in Nevis against the Nevis 11. And there was a planned match in Sinks which did not take place. I understand the pitch at Connery was affected. And you're left to wonder at the level of preparation the Leeward Islands team would have had coming into this tournament.
That has always been a discussion point. And Joshua James allowing a delivery to go through outside the off stump. But the preparation of the Leewards team has always come into question or into focus over the years. We are not having any organized Leeward Islands competition. Normally you would have a competition, then you might have a Leeward Islands camp, and then the team is selected. But nowadays we don't have much in terms of Leeward Islands competition, and then the team would probably come together a couple of weeks before the tournament, and you expect to get a team that is gelling in terms of the batting and the bowling, and that has been an issue and has been affecting Leewards cricket over the years. And we saw a delivery from Archibald, a bit short, maybe some movement away from the right-hander, and pushed it down into the onside. So the preparation has been under question, under review for a number of years. We have had situations where the Leewards might have gone into a competition with not much preparation, and they would have done well, and they won the competition. They would have gotten to a certain stage in the competition, but for you to be consistent and doing well, you must have good preparation. And I don't think the Leewards have been able to do that over the years.
Certainly what we would have seen over the years is that as the competition progresses, they tend to get a lot better. For most parts, they would have had some poor starts, but as the tournament progressed, they would have done well. I've been told, and based on what I've seen in the media, you have places like Trinidad where, some folks would tell you that they even play too much cricket there in Trinidad. They do play a lot of cricket. So the Trinidad players would get adequate preparation to come into these tournaments. And even Barbados, for example. Oh my goodness, that one was put down, Gary.
Yes, from this vantage point, seeing as though Cornwall was a bit too casual. A ball was pitched up, and Joshua James was driving, and the catch was put down by Cornwall. We'll want to see. Look at it.
Rather casually.
Yes, went straight into his hands and out. So Cornwall would be disappointed with that his non-ability to take the catch, and you can't afford to be dropping those straightforward chances. That's straightforward catch, and Cornwall was a bit too casual, and a short delivery. So the captain not leading by example. Straightforward catch. Swindon, you could have taken that, Swindon.
Oh yes, certainly, even at my age. And he certainly did not lead by example with the batting. You were asking about the batting of the Leewards earlier on. Cornwall probably faced 4 deliveries. He got off the mark with 1, and then he went to the fire and he was facing up to James. He left alone a couple of deliveries close to his off stump, and then he flashed at a wider delivery outside the off stump, wider and shorter, and he nicked off to the keeper, Tuckett, who took a brilliant catch.
So it's Joshua James, and he plays it down to a long leg. We get an easy single. So 2 Joshuas at the wicket, Joshua James and Joshua Bishop. So James just got a single, and B. Keith Joseph top scored for the West Indies Academy as well thus far. He made 42. Jeremiah Louis would have top scored for the Leewards with 45. And so it's 108 it is for 7, still trailed by some 29 runs. And Jeremiah Louis has been bowling well Colin Archibald, 7 overs, 1 for 24. And Louis will continue from the media center end. And once a pace bowler is getting wicket, it is difficult to get the ball out of his hands.
Oh yes, we saw Spencer with an extended spell this morning. He was bowling well. He picked up a couple of wickets, and he certainly had an extended spell out there this morning.
So outer portion of the bat, we go down towards vacant third man for 4, was wide. And Joshua James has played at it, came from the outer portion, went in the air, well away from the fielders, and down towards the boundary for 4 very important runs for the West Indies Academy.
Well, you would say outer portion, but Joshua James would tell you that he deliberately stayed it in that vacant area and down to the boundary for 4. He didn't even bother to run because he realized that he had timed it well enough for the ball to race away to the boundary for 4. So 4 important runs there for the West Indies Academy. Now we see that area being plugged a bit. There are now 3 slips and a gully.
So it has been strengthened. So we'll see what will happen with his delivery, Louis, to James. And he's guiding it down towards the back of the point. Good bit of feeling, diving away to his left. That's Kerry Maguire, and prevented any possibility of a run. So it's 112. It is for 7. They're trailing by some 25 runs. West Indies Academy would hope that they can get a partnership here that can take them beyond the Leewards' first innings score and maybe put a little pressure on the Leewards when they bat in the second innings.
Oh, certainly. And this is where the fielding side would have to take any chance that come to them.
And Joshua James is in behind a short delivery. So Joshua James has looked quite comfortable since he has come to the middle. He's a tall lad, and he has looked pretty comfortable.
He too has been having a good match so far. He would have picked up some 3 wickets in the when his team bowled.
Louis, delivery coming back in towards Joshua James. He was coming across a bit tentative. The hands of the fielders behind and also the bowler, because he thought he went to breach the defense of Joshua James, but he got back on it and got it back down the strip. And Jeremiah Lawyer continued to do well, getting the ball to move both ways off the pitch here at Warner Park.
Yes, he was a bit tentative, but to his credit though, he moved in line and kept it out.
Another good delivery from Jeremiah Louis. This one went away from the right-hander Joshua James, got it on the outer portion of the bat. So Jeremy continued to use the crease well, continued to use the pitch and getting movement both ways here to Warner Park in this the first session of this the third day's play, the actual third day, but actually only the second day of cricket. And so this match has been severely affected. Both matches played in St. Kitts have been affected by the weather, assisting the pass to the Leewards between Wednesday and Thursday. And this one outside the off stump, moving away a bit wide, and the batsman played at it and taken behind by the keeper. So another good delivery. This one was a bit wider and tempted the batsman, and he was tempted as well, but fortunately for him, it did not get an edge, and the over has been completed.
So we have had some 33 overs completed, and it's 112, and the academy still going at a good rate, 3.39 runs per over, and that's a pretty good rate, but they've lost some 7 wickets, and after resuming at 60 for 2 today, certainly the Leeward Islands, they have fought back well, and could well have had 8 wickets down, but for the fact that the captain Cornwall put down a sitter at first slip of the batsman James, who is still there.
So Archibald will continue from the Lozak Road end. We have 3 slips. There is the point, a cover, extra cover, and the mid-off. We have very good sunny conditions here at the Warner Park Stadium. Leewards 137, Academy 112, trailing by some 25 runs. Short delivery and swung away. It will go into the boundary just about now for 4. It was short, and the batsman Bishop swung it through forward square or down towards mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Of course, this could be a very critical partnership here for the Academy. Bishop, of course, and James, they would have had some exposure at senior level, at CPL in particular. So they have a bit of experience. And I'm sure that they would be looking to push the Academy past that 137 runs scored by the Leewards.
Well, they're inching closer, 21 runs away. Delivery on the off stump.
Of course, getting past that score, you know, even if it's not by much, would give a psychological boost to the Academy. Leewards, on the other hand, would be looking to restrict them below that score. We have not seen any spin bowling yet by the Leeward Islands in this innings. Of course, the fast bowlers, they have been successful.
A wide delivery delivered by Colin Archibald, and Joshua Bishop is not going to be tempted. So 116, so they are 21 runs away. They're scoring at 3.46 runs per over. And a lead here by the either team. Well, the Leewards, the West Indies Academy, they're trailing by 21 runs. If the West Indies Academy can get a small lead, as you would have indicated, certainly will put some pressure on the Leewards. It means that the batsmen will have to bat better in their second innings, a lot better than they did in the first, if they are to put any pressure on the West Indies Academy. So I'm sure the West Indies Academy are mindful of that, and they'll be looking to get a lead here. It's a good delivery by the batsman Joshua Bishop. Just shoulders, arms, and allows to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So Archibald had a stint in England, and he's now back. He got to as far as the West Indies A team. And I'm sure he's looking to make his mark in this regional competition this year.
A couple of the Leeward Island players would have had stints in England. You mentioned Archibald, of course. There's Ward, who plays in the league there.
Louis.
He has been there for a couple of years.
So it's driven back down the strip. I wonder if that seems to be a catch based on the reaction from the bowler and the fielders. We'll probably look at it on the monitor. But the ball pitched up, and Joshua Bishop was driving, and the fast bowler Archibald trying to get down on the right side, trying to take the catch, and but he couldn't hold on. So we'll look at it on the monitor. We play on the monitor to see if it was a chance. We saw one going down previously in Archibald over when it was dropped by the captain Cornwall at slip, and now the bowler himself failed to hold on to one which was played back to him on his right side. So we'll have to try once more. That's Colin Archibald. He's in his 8 over 1 for 28. This one is wide outside the off stump, and Bishop is not going to be tempted. Over has been completed, 116 for 7. Another chance going up again?
Looks very much so, as though Archibald put down one of his own bowling. And it's always difficult for a fast bowler in his follow through to hold on to those low catches. But nevertheless, he would have been very disappointed not to have held on to that one.
So Louis will continue from the media center end. And Joshua Bishop, he is on 4, has faced 9 balls. Joshua James is on 6 from 16. And so it's going to be Joshua James will be facing up to Jeremiah Louis. Still have 3 slips, over 3 slips on the gully. The cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. Outside the off stump, flashing at it. That's Bishop, misses. Or that's James. And taken behind by the keeper. And look at it on the replay, outside the off stump. And James eyeing that offside field, missed it. And taken behind by the keeper. So he has to be careful. You have 3 slips and the gully waiting. Short outside the off stump. This time he shoulders arms, allows it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So maybe Louis might be coming to the end of his spell, and we're hoping probably to see a change of bowling sometime soon.
Yes, and the question is whether or not Cornwall would opt to bring a spinner into the attack from this end. Of course, we have had on the first day Cornwall himself and Terence Ward operating. We have not seen the left arm spinner from St. Martin in the attack as yet. That's Durham.
Daniel Durham. Well, we'll have to wait and see, because the Louis has been bowling very well. He has picked up 4 wickets. He's in his 11th over. And he'll be bowling to Joshua James. Lovely shot, straight back over the bowler head. And that has gone into the boundary for 4 ball, pitched up. And there was James to the measure of it and played it straight back over the bowler head and into the boundary for 4.
Wonderful shot indeed by James. Straight, hit powerfully and well timed. And picking up 4 precious runs, taking his team's score into the 120s, 120 for 7. But that was indeed a wonderful shot.
Slower delivery outside the off stump, and the batter James allowed it to go through. So it seems as though that, as I would have indicated, that Louis is coming to the end of his spell. He pitched that one up, probably looking for some movement, but he got it on a half volley, and Joshua James made full use of it. So which means that the Academy are just 17 runs away from the Leeward's first innings total.
Well, James is looking good, and he's looking to take this past the 137 and even beyond.
He's whipping it. Will get 2 as the fielder down on the boundary has some running to do across to his left. So 2 more will be added to the total. It will go on to 122. And Joshua James will go on to 12. And they're getting closer and closer to the Leeward's first inning score as the over has come to an end. 122 for 7 West Indies Academy.
Important runs being scored there by Joshua James, who incidentally would have picked up 3 for 11 when he bowled from 7 overs. So he too has been having a fairly good match. He is 12 from 22, but these are 12 important runs for the Academy.
So Colin Archibald will continue from the Lozak Road end. We still have 3 slips. And there's a point, or cover, extra cover, and the mid-off. So Cornwall is the captain of the Leewards. 2 cover for 4 extra cover. Ball pitched up. And Bishop drove it to the right of the field at extra cover. And it goes into the boundary for 4. So they get closer to the 137. With that boundary that's gone on to 126. And if you look at it on the replay, as Archibald and Bishop driving, it was in the air but well out of the reach of the field at extra cover and into the boundary for 4.
Good shot by Bishop. But I'm wondering here if the Captain Cornwall might have missed a trick. I think these two batsmen, they've been handling the quicker stuff quite well, reasonably well.
So they're just 11 runs away from the Leeward's first inning total, and is driving high over the head of the bowler, and it has gone over the fence for 6 runs. So you now see Joshua Bishop going after the bowling of Kezon Archibald. The ball pitched up, and he played it high over long on for 6 runs, and they now move to 132, 5 runs away from the Leeward's first innings.
Wonderful shot.
You look at it on the monitor once again, and the ball was on the sent on off stump, and the batter came onto the front foot and lifted high over the long on area for 6.
Wonderful shot indeed by Bishop. And my thought when I saw Archibald coming back for another over, my initial thought was, is he giving Archibald 1 over too much? And so far, it has proven to be so. And these two, they have been comfortable. They have looked very comfortable to the fast bowling so far. And now they're picking up runs, in fact. They're getting boundaries and inching closer, just some 5 runs away.
So a 4 and a 6 in this over from Archibald. So it seems as though the batsman Bishop has picked up the pace of Archibald quite nicely. So he's struck him for 4 in the first delivery, and then his second one was struck over long on for 6. So maybe he's looking now to go into second gear. And they're just 5 runs away from the Leeward's first innings total. And this time he's behind it. Good comeback delivery from Kezon Archibald. Maybe putting a bit more effort into that delivery. And Bishop just pushed it back on the strip.
But Bishop is batting well though. And as our catchword is match awareness. And you notice that mid-on and mid-off is right up there. They're very close in. And he just eased it over the top and picked up 6 runs. He knew that once he got back onto it, it would be a very safe shot. And he picked up, hit it for 6 in fact.
Slow delivery, but a no ball has been signaled. So a slow delivery went off target, and he also overstepped. So an extra will be added to the total, 133. So there's 4 runs away from the Leeward's first innings total.
I think that could easily be Archibald's 5th no ball for the morning. He would have bowled some 4 no balls from the media center end, and this is his first no ball from the far end.
So he will have to correct that. You don't want to be bowling too many no balls. You don't have a free hit in the 4-day format.
I suspect one of these days the free hit might be introduced into first-class cricket and test cricket. The game of cricket has evolved so much over the past couple of years. There are a number of rule changes. So I would not be surprised if that doesn't happen.
Yes, there has been a number of changes to make the game maybe more interesting and more appealing to the public or to the listeners, the spectators. So it's the West Indies 4-day championship. These 2 rounds of 2 matches been played in St. Kitts. The other matches have been played in Jamaica. And this is the first round of the West Indies championship. West Indies had a game this morning. You looked at the 2020 game?
I know, in preparation to get here, but they did fairly well in that they lost by 11 runs, but they were able to break the 200-run barrier. Australia, of course, I think they got some 219 or 218 runs or thereabout.
Short delivery, and there's Joshua Bishop that's onto the one leg and help it around down towards the long leg area for 4. So an expensive over from Kezon Archibald short, and the batsman Joshua Bishop, they just got inside of it and helped it down towards long leg for 4.
Very good partnership building here between these two. So far, they have scored some 30 runs from 34 deliveries, and really putting the academy back on track and giving them the edge at the moment. 137 it is now for 7, so scores are level. And the academy, certainly these two, they are doing quite well out there for the academy.
So any run scored from here on in will certainly put some pressure on the Leewards. So speaking of bowling change, now see Daniel Durham. Seems as though he's be coming in from the media center end. So a change of bowling. He has replaced Jeremiah Louis, who had a good spell, but it was tiring coming to the end of that spell, and the last over we saw a straight 4 over his head, and now he has been replaced. And Kezon Archibald over as well. His last over was expensive, so we're expecting to see another change at the far end as well.
Oh yes, certainly. And I suspect it might be a spinner. Perhaps Cornwall himself might pick up the attack from the far end. Seems to have a preference to bowling from that end, despite the fact that he's an off spinner. And Adom will deliver his first delivery in this match.
So he bowled to James. And James is onto the front foot. So it'll be interesting to see how much turn and bounce the tall left arm spinner Daniel Durham will get from this strip here at Warner Park. But the scores are level in terms of the twinning score. Leewards made 137 and the West Indies Academy made 137 for 7. So they still have 3 wickets remaining, and they will looking to get as many runs as possible, and certainly it will put some pressure on the Leewards batting.
But James is certainly shaping up well. He's defending well, looks very correct.
And he's pushing the bat down the strip, shaping up very looking. I thought he was initially looking for a big shot, but just checked it and pushed it back down on the offside of the pitch. So we're seeing some 4 deliveries from Durham. No runs have been scored as yet. That's one a little slower, tempting the batter, but he's not going to be tempted, just pushed it back down the strip. So it will be interesting to see how things goes for Doran. He's bowling his first over. And so the over has been completed, a maiden, shorter delivery to bring up the end of that first over from Durham. So they're scoring at 3.72 runs per over. The scores are level. And West Indies Academy would want these two because they've been settling in quite nicely, and we want to have the partnership continuing.
Yes, a good start there, of course, by Durham, but well handled there by the batsman James. And as I would have thought, Cornwall himself comes on from the far end. So it's a double change, and spin twin being brought into the attack.
So the captain has brought himself into the attack from the far ends, maybe trying to see if he can get the remaining 3 wickets as quickly as possible. It is important that Leewards can break this partnership and get these final 3 wickets quickly, otherwise they will find themselves behind the 8 ball.
Certainly, the captain himself had an opportunity to break this partnership earlier on when he put down James at first slip. So he would be looking to redeem himself and probably pick up a wicket or 2 here.
So he has come in from the far end. And Bishop will get a single down to Archibald. So the first delivery pushed into the offside, and they went through quickly for the single. With a single, the West Indies Academy, they're gone in front of the Leeward's first innings score by a run. So the Leewards would want to pick up these remaining 3 wickets quickly. On the other hand, West Indies Academy will want these 2 to continue to bat and put on a good partnership. Cornwall is the captain, so he'll be looking to break this partnership. And it goes down to Archibald at mid-off. No chance of a run, so you would have indicated that the captain Cornwall would have dropped James. Flatter faster delivery. So Cornwall will want to break this partnership. Daniel Durham first over was a maiden. I've seen a single so far from the 3 deliveries being delivered by Cornwall. And he's driving, caught at straight mid-wicket. He went for the big drive, that's Bishop, or that's James, as a matter of fact. And the ball probably came from the inner portion of the bat. Didn't time it as well as he would have wanted to, but a good catch, low down, taken at a straightish mid-wicket. And as we look at it on the monitor, and Cornwall getting the breakthrough, driving and played it in the air. Good catch by Kofi James, going down low at straightish mid-wicket. Good breakthrough for the Leewards.
Oh yeah, certainly a good breakthrough there. And a very good catch too by Kofi James, having to go down low to rope that one in. So the breakthrough that the Leewards were looking for, of course they'll be looking to restrict this lead as much as possible. And the captain coming into the attack and picking up a very crucial wicket at this point.
So the new batsman for the West Indies Academy is Ashmead Ned, and he has replaced Joshua James, who was just out. So 8 wickets going down, the 8th wicket going down for the West Indies Academy. Good breakthrough by the captain. And we have Gerard Basso. I've been joined by you, Gerard. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning to you. Good morning to all. And definitely an interesting morning's play so far. And yes, you've gotten my name correct. Most people don't get the first name correct. They always say Gerald or some other formation of the name. But starting the morning on 6 day for 2, the West Indies Academy, they have slipped into a bit of trouble, albeit that they do have that 1-run lead, that all-important 1-run lead. But a good fight back nonetheless from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who didn't bat that well on the first day. And now that the game has progressed to this point, there are now all possibilities in terms of a result, and more so possibly a result with the academy getting this lead.
Yes, it would depends on how the Leewards bat in the second innings will determine whether this game will go to the extent in terms of the preventing the West Indies Academy from putting pressure on them and maybe creating an upset in a sense.
Well, I'm not sure if it's going to be an upset, because I think the West Indies Academy has consistently, through all the tournaments regionally that they have participated in, as Rakim Cornwall, skipper Rakim Cornwall comes into the attack from the southern end. I think the academy has always done well. Generally, when you look historically, as I said, the competitions that they have participated in, because there were a couple of years where we did not have the academy or the CCC team in the 4-day championship or the Super 50. I was telling them on the first day, as Cornwall just beats the bat on the outside, that I'm a Trinbagonian. So naturally, my inclination is my home country, Trinidad and Tobago. And then I'm a cricket analyst, so I'm unbiased. But for me, my team for this tournament is the West Indies Academy.
Yes, they have some good youngsters and some youngsters with some good potential, and you're hoping that you can see them develop, because if they develop as a team, West Indies Academy, it will also benefit West Indies in the long run, and that's why we want to see the development of West Indies cricket.
Yeah, most definitely. Earl and I spoke about that on the first day, and just this morning I was looking at the Bangladesh Premier League. I was across at Connery this morning, and we were looking at a piece of it, and Matthew Ford was bowling. I said, but wait, wasn't Matthew Ford just with the West Indies men's senior team? And our director across on that side said yes, but he came home and he went back to Bangladesh. And then I threw my mind back, and I'm like, but I was looking at Matthew Ford bowling at the Queen's Park Oval during the Super 50 tournament about 3 months ago. So you're absolutely right, and that's exactly what we want to see happen. These guys come into the academy and go on to that next level of international cricket.
So the run will continue from this media center end. And once you see a youngster, you want to mold him, you want to ensure that he can develop and develop quickly. And to represent the West Indies, because West Indies cricket need some inspiration. We need some inspirational performances similar to what we saw from Shamal Joseph, but you can't have a one-off performance. You want it to be consistent.
Well, I was hoping you mentioned Shamal Joseph, because I think that's the most watched piece of cricket over the last month or so. That final delivery to Josh Hazelwood, where he uprooted that off stump, and that famous victory at the Gabba for the West Indies. And a long time in coming. We haven't won a test match in Australia, 1997, so 25 plus years. It's definitely a long time. But as you rightfully said, I mean, it's just one performance where we do want to see players. Oh, a wayward delivery here.
That ball has been signaled by the umpire. That one definitely slipped from the graphs of Daniel Durham. And you look at it on the monitor, went wrong, totally wrong. And the keeper did well to collect it.
Yeah, he did. Jamal Hamilton in his 100th first-class match. But definitely, you want to see these guys go on. Shamal Joseph is one performance. We want to see him grow into that, not just potential, but performances that we saw in Australia.
So outside the off stump, and Joshua Bishop looking to play to square the wicket, a bit too close to him for that shot. Fortunately for him, didn't get an edge. So you want to see, because yes, you had the one-off performance, but what about the other players? You need the other players to step up. You need the players to be hungry, just as it seems as Shamal Joseph is, because he seemed to be a very fit individual, and that's what they wanted. Fitness is very important. We have seen some players come on the scene, and then after a couple years or a couple games, they got injured. But Shamal Joseph seemed to be fit. We want to wish him all the best, and I hope that he can continue to be fit and eat healthy as well.
This one pulled away through mid-on, and it's not going to get to the boundary. There is a mid-on in place, a long on, in fact, in place, for that shot, indeed. And you talk about fitness, and I mentioned to Earl on the first day that when we came in a couple of days ago, we came down to the facility here at Warner Park, wonderful facility, by the way, and the Trinidad and Tobago team was in the nets, and the first person that I saw when I walked into the net facility to the side there was Jaden Seals. And the first question I asked him, I said, how you feeling? and immediately he said, I'm good.
Right. Because when I spoke about fitness, he was one of the players, because he came on the scene, he burst on the scene. He's a very talented individual, but you need to have them being fit. Because I think if you can have Jaden Seals, Shamal Joseph, Alzari Joseph, all those three players being fit, I think West Indies can have a good bowling attack.
It's a good problem to have. There's also the likes of Hakeem Jordan and even Jeremiah Louis and Matthew Ford. So we have a wonderful cadre of fast and seam bowling here in the Caribbean now. And definitely a good problem to have. I was telling someone I'm glad I'm not in the position of the selectors or Darren Sammy or Andre Coley, because I don't want that headache of selecting who it should be on that final 13, 15, 16 players if it's a touring team. But definitely wonderful to see all these players coming along through the ranks. 139 for 8 at the end of the Daniel Durham over. And Raheem Cornwall, the skipper, an unmistakable figure, big burly figure of Raheem Cornwall. He's so soft-spoken as Raheem Cornwall. So top score of 42 from
So Cornwall will continue. Bishop, he's on 20. And a delivery outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. So the West Indies Academy, they're leading by 2 runs. They'll want to probably get it to close to 50, put some pressure on the Leewards batting. They didn't bat well in the first innings.
Yeah, the Leewards definitely didn't bat well, just 137.
Big swing or big drive from Bishop, maybe losing concentration. Fortunately for him, just came from the inner portion of the bat, came off the pad, and the keeper came behind to pick it up.
You mentioned a lead of about 50, but there is Ashmead Ned and Johan Lane still to bat, and Ashmead Ned in particular is no slouch with the bat. So this academy team, and you can see by the evidence of Joshua Bishop as well too, you may think of him as just a bowler, but you can see from some of the shots he's played, probably not this one, attempting a reverse sweep here and not making any connection, coming off of Jamal Hamilton and bobbling to Terence Ward at first slip. But you can see that they do have batting deep, and they are well capable, Joshua Bishop and Ashmead Ned, in terms of batting prowess.
So he's going to get a single, a ball spun in towards the right-hander, went down towards fine leg, the hands of the bowler. Rakeem Cornwall going in the air, but got a single. So with that single, it has gone on to 140. And when you see batters looking to reverse sweep, if he had played a conventional shot, he could have played it down to long off and get an easy single.
I think it's always a duality sometimes when we look at things like that, because he may have connected on that shot, it may have gone away for 4 and we'd have a different conversation. I guess it's part and parcel of the modern player. I mean, we've seen the likes of people like Steve Smith and Joe Root, who are some of the modern greats doing reverse scoops and ramps and reverse sweeps and so on for 4 and 6 in test matches. So it's part and parcel of the modern game and the evolution of the game. Just short of Terence Ward, a genuine outside edge found from skipper Rakeem Cornwall.
So if you look at it on the monitor, a little bounce came back in towards the right-handed Ned and went dropping just in front of Terence Ward, diving away to his right at slip. So a good end to the over there for Cornwall. Maybe you would have hoping that he would have gotten the wicket, but he got a little bit of turn and bounce from that delivery.
Yeah, indeed, and so easily could have been a 9 wickets down. And now, just to go back again, what the academy wants to do is bat as long as possible. Given the strength of their bowling, they would back themselves. The bigger the lead, they'll back themselves to bowl out the Leewards again for under 150. So I think, should they find a way to bat possibly the entire day, they should get a lead of over 100, probably 150.
Bat the entire day? Do you think that they can bat until the end of the year, play these remaining batters?
I think...
Well, cricket is a funny game, eh? Anything is possible.
It is. I mean, I mentioned that they do bat almost down to number 11. But again, that's part of their development as players. That this one swung away in the air, over mid-wicket. Signal now from umpire Crawford. It's 6 runs to the batter of Joshua Bishop. And... I guess that adds credence to what we're talking about here in terms of batting the whole day and what type of lead they're going to get. And should Joshua Bishop continue in this vein, I think that lead of 150 might come sooner rather than later.
Well, based on what we're seeing, we have seen Joshua Bishop has seemed as though he wants to go into second gear. And if they can get a lead close to 50, I really don't expect them to bat for the rest of the day, but I expect them, once Joshua Bishop continue to bat, they can get a good lead for to put pressure on the Leewards.
And I'm of the opinion that they can bat deep into the day, though. Probably not till the end of the day. Probably they want to give themselves probably a half an hour or so to bowl at the Leewards. But I think these young chaps have that potential, have that ability to bat deep into the day.
So a flatter, faster delivery on the off stump, and the Bishop backing away, looking to play skew of the wicket. So he's on 27 from 27. So another delivery a bit too close to Bishop for a shot, looking to play it skew of the wicket. So it's 146, so they lead by 9 runs. Very important. A lead in any game is important. Certainly will put pressure on the team batting second, knowing that you have to clear a certain number of runs before you can even give the team some runs to play for. So Doran is in his third over, none for 7. We saw the second delivery struck for 6. So far, the remaining deliveries, he has been able to keep Joshua Bishop quiet.
Daniel Durham, that tall figure, ends the over with a dot ball, 146 for 8. The West Indies Academy. We take a short break and we'll be right back.
So now we see that Ashley Ned has started to go after the bowling, and delivery was pitched up and he played it over long off for 4, and that is very important. So with that boundary, the 150 has come up for the West Indies Academy in 41.2 overs, so they're leading the Leewards now by 13 runs.
Yeah, an over pitch delivery from Cornwall right in the arc of Ashmead Ned, and still had to be hit, and he hit straight as you like. This one a little wider though from Rakeem Cornwall, and watchful is Ned.
So with about 25 minutes or so to go before lunch, the West Indies Academy would be hoping that they can bat the remaining 25, because if they bat for the next 25 minutes, they can get at least 15, 20 runs, and that certainly will put pressure on the Leewards.
I think batting the partnership of Ned and Bishop, they would have probably discussed that they have just a few minutes before the lunch interval, and they'll want to not lose any more wickets.
So Bishop is on 27. He has faced some 32 balls, and Ashley Ned is on 5. He's scoring at 3.62 runs per over, lead by 14. Very important runs. So Cornwall over has been completed, and this partnership is important for the West Indies Academy. So Cornwall will want to get these remaining 2 wickets. I would have indicated that these 2 would like to bat until lunch, but on the other hand, the Leewards would want to pick up these 2 wickets before lunch as well.
Yeah, they give themselves a chance with the Leewards. Should they pry out these 2 wickets before lunch, they give themselves a chance to bat in the second innings better than they did. And the smaller the lead that they concede, they can knock it off. And then look to set a target, and then come back in the 4th innings and have a go at the academy. So, as I mentioned, the possibility of a result, even though we would have lost 1 day in the game yesterday, is still results a possibility.
It is very much a possibility because, as I indicated, if the Leewards doesn't bat well in the second innings, they will be finding themselves under pressure. So by the end of today, we'll have a better idea of how things will go tomorrow. But we have seen a change in bowling. Jeremiah Louis has been brought back into the attack. He has been the most successful bowler.
Yeah, just 1 wicket away from a fifer. We've already had one fifer in the 2024 season of the CWI 4-Day Championship, going to Ryan John. And we've also seen two centuries, in fact. One on day one from Jason Mohammed of the TNT Red Force.
So Louis has come back into the attack. It's wide outside the off stump. So Jason Mohammed, the experienced TNT batter, he think he batted well yesterday. So you're expecting, based on his experience, that he should have a good season. What does that mean anything for West Indies?
I'm not sure it means anything for West Indies cricket. I don't think Jason Mohammed is going to represent the West Indies again. But in fact, he did retire from international cricket recently. But it does render well for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup. I did have the chance to catch up with him yesterday, talking to him at Connery yesterday in the midst of all the rain. And he told me that one of his goals this season was to score 2 centuries in the 4-Day Championship. He has one under his belt.
He started well, get one in the first game. So.
And that discussion, I'll come back to it. Yeah, he's now up to 12 centuries at first class level.
Yes.
And he was mentioning to me when we were chatting, we were talking about his role in the team as well, being an elder statesman, so to speak, in the setup, and with the young talent like Jid Guli and Amir Jangu and these other young ones, Vikash Mohan and Cephas Cooper, coming through the ranks of that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup. He was telling me about his role, in guiding these young ones. So from a West Indies perspective, we know that Jason is not going to play for the West Indies. He's retired. But that Trinidad and Tobago setup, he welcomes whatever role that they want him to do, whether it's mentoring the young ones, whether it's batting and scoring runs, whether it's bowling and taking a couple of wickets.
Good delivery on the stumps, but the batsman Ashley Ned is to the measure of it. So the Leewards would have brought back Jeremiah Louis to see if he can get another wicket or two, because he has bowled very well today. He has gotten the ball to move off the pitch both ways, and he was able to pick up some wickets, and they're hoping that he can get another wicket before lunch.
Yeah, and that wicket that fifer would do his confidence a world of good.
Short, and just batsman is allowed to go through. You spoke about the having Jason Mohammed in the Trinidad and Tobago team. It's always good to have an experienced player in the team. Once the players are willing to listen to the words of wisdom from the experienced person, it certainly will help the youngsters to develop and help the team in general.
Yeah, I think most of the teams that tend to do well in our regional setup usually have that perfect, if you will, mix.
A good delivery, and this one went away. It touched down a little shorter, but seam away from the batsman Ned to bring up the end of the over. And so the West Indies Academy would continue to look to put on some runs. They're now 14 ahead of the Leewards' first inning total.
Yeah, I guess there's nothing that beats experience at the end of the day. But that perfect mix of experience and youth will always generally bring success. As you mentioned, once the young ones are willing to take that guidance and mentorship, and you can see that from time to time with the academy team and the CCC team, that they do take that guidance, and they play generally the two younger teams in the tournament. They generally play as well-oiled machines, if you will.
So they get an easy single, just turn it around the corner. And so the lead extend by 1 to 15.
We mentioned Jason Mohammed's century and Kevin Wickham with 139, the other Centurion so far in the CWI 4-day championship.
So Kevin Wickham is another youngster, a person that thinking he has great potential. So we just have to wait and see his exploits for this year's competition.
Jonathan Drake's scoring 84 in that Barbados Pride first innings.
So another single to the total takes it on to 152. So the lead is 15, and that 15 is very important. The Leeward's first innings total was disappointing, 137.
Speaking about scores, the combined campuses and colleges are now 57 for 4 in their first innings. 344 for 8 declared Barbados Pride. So the Pride looking to push that game forward. And possibly that 344 declaration a sign that they might bat once, having
Right,
a CCC at 57 for 4.
So it's nice and sunny here at Warner Park. Stark contrast to what happened the last 2 days. Wednesday was an overcast day, not much rain, but on Thursday, it was very rainy, and shock was swung into the body of the fielder at forward short leg, and the fielder at forward short leg for the Leewards is Joshua Grant. Did well, he stopped it, but he suffered a little bit of pain.
Appeal here from Rakim Cornwall. He was convinced that he had his man there, but good to see that he still has an attacking field, that forward short leg and that slip as we come to the end of another over. 153 for 8, the West Indies Academy. Of course, the umpire gets one look. We get a couple of looks to see how close indeed it was.
Ooh. Yeah, it was right. Is it too high? Was it height? The height was the issue?
I think the batsman squared up. He's playing across the line. He's directly in front of his stumps. The only thing I think probably saved him, he probably got an inside edge, which is hard to discern. But from my estimation, that looks out.
Well,
so Jeremiah Louis will continue from our commentary box end, and possibly a chance, if you will, from going a begging or a life, if you will, to Joshua Bishop. The umpires in the best position nonetheless, and we move forward as Jeremiah Louis continues.
A ball pitched up, steaming away from the right-handed Ned, missed it, taken behind by the keeper. So Louis still being able to get a little bit of movement off the pitch. And
the last time that he bowled, when he completed his last over, you mentioned how well he's done this morning. And just before you came in, Earl and I were chatting about he seemed to just be a little bit more comfortable bowling to right-handers. This one again just outside the awesome, drawing Ned forward, and these are the type of deliveries to the right-handers that we saw that we've seen consistently for the entire morning, just in that corridor of uncertainty. To the left-handers like Akim Ogis, he was way too wide. Okay. He bowled over the wicket and was pushing the ball across them, but pushing it too wide. And when he tried to get straight, he went down the leg side. The first day he came around the wicket and bowled well to the left-handers. And this one,
yes, another good delivery. Outer portion went down towards the slip. So he's keeping that good off the line, and once you can keep that off-stump line and get any movement either way could create some issues for the batters.
Yeah, and I think maybe as he grows in, and we talk so much about the development of these young players, maybe as he grows into his career, maybe that round the wicket to left-handers might suit him a lot better than trying to cut the ball across them, that he seems just not to have gotten right just yet in his young career.
A bit wider, and the batsman played at it and maybe gave the impression that he played inside the line at the last minute. And so we just have about 14 minutes to go before lunch. Leewards will be hoping they can pick up the remaining 2 wickets before lunch. On the other hand, West Indies Academy would want these 2 players to go into lunch and then go back after lunch and continue to pile some runs on the Leewards.
That's a beauty of a delivery, and he's just found his rhythm, has Jeremiah Louis this morning. That's that perfect length, if you will, and the perfect line, drawing the batter forward. And that one he definitely didn't play inside the line of the ball. It was that subtle movement away from the batter that just seemed to take it away. It was that type of delivery. It's too good to get an edge. This one, a hint of inward movement.
But it started a bit too wide. Probably if it was closer, it could have created some issues for the batter. But he came back in towards the right-hander. And you could see that Jeremiah Louis is really using the pitch. He's using his head as well. And he gave him a couple that went away and the last one came back. But it's just that it was offline. Look at it.
Yeah, definitely. It was.
Swing
it was going away and then it swung back in. And Jamal Hamilton taking it probably in line with the leg stump eventually. That much movement. At the end of another over, 153 for 8 to the West Indies Academy. Now with a lead of some 16 runs on the first innings. And coming up upon the lunch interval, as Gary mentioned, on this third morning. And Rakeem Cornwall still on the attack with a couple of slips. In fact, he's now moving Durham out of the slip cordon. He himself will go into first slip. And Terence Ward at second slip. So a couple of slips are still looking to pick up those 2 wickets.
So Spencer has been brought back into the attack. 2 for 23 from his 10 overs. So Cornwall has decided to use his 2 seamers for the remaining minutes before lunch, hoping that he can break the partnership and get the 2 wickets as well.
This one cut away backward of point, and that fielder positioned on the point boundary is going to beat that fielder into the ropes now. And a welcome boundary, another boundary added to the lead here for the West Indies Academy, and another boundary to Joshua Bishop.
Not the kind of start that I'm sure Captain Cornwall would have expected from Spencer. It was too short and was too wide, and he was given the punishment, 4 runs. So the lead now 20.
This one down the leg side, and just watching it go by is Joshua Bishop. So overcompensating, he was wide on the offside the previous delivery, trying to get a bit straighter and getting too straight on this occasion is Javier Spencer, who himself has bowled really well this morning. Just that 1 over to my recollection this morning, where he was either too wide on the offside or too much down the leg side. This one over pitched and driven lovely through the covers and into the ropes, over the ropes at that far end of the ground. Over pitching here, right in the arc of Joshua Bishop, just bringing that front foot forward, playing through the line. and all along the carpet, as we see.
He's not afraid to go after those balls that are pitched up on the off stump. He did it to the other left-handed bowler. Archibald, he struck him through the offside and then over long on for 6. So now that boundary, the lead is now 24. So the Leewards will be under pressure.
This one is short and pulled. There are two men back there, and neither of them will be able to cut it off as Joshua Bishop continues with another boundary behind square on the leg side this time.
Well, certainly the Leewards would not have expected to have seen that 3 boundaries would have been struck off the bowling of Spencer in this over, because Cornwall, he pulled himself out of the attack and brought back Spencer, hoping that he can break the partnership. But instead, the batsman Bishop has taken a liking to the bowling of Spencer.
Yeah, and Spencer just not getting his radar or his rhythm right in this over. After doing so well this morning, picking up a couple of wickets. This one a much better delivery, better length, and that line going across with the angle of the arm.
A bit more effort into that delivery as well, a bit more pace on it. So he got it past the batsman Bishop. But Bishop has looked good. He's on 40 from 43. And he has done well for his team to ensure that they've gotten past the Leewards 137. They have a lead of 28. And they're looking to continue to build on that lead.
The last time I mentioned that a batter went into the 40s and possibly thinking of a half century, he got out the next ball. No such thing this time, short and wide, and on that back foot, cut away through point. And Joshua Bishop continues in a canter here, looking to pile on the runs before the lunch interval.
Well, not a very good over there from Spencer. It was too short, too wide. He gave the batsman too much room, and when he was not too short and he pitched it up, the batsman also got into it and drove it. And so we saw some 4 boundaries. And that's a very, very important over in terms of the fact that the West Indies Academy were able to get 16 runs. On the other hand, Cornwall would have been hoping that Spencer would have been able to break that partnership. That wasn't the case. So most likely we might see a different bowler coming from that far end.
And those 16 runs are carrying the score. The West Indies Academy now 169 for 8. They have batted some 46 overs in their first innings so far. Jeremiah Louis will continue from the commentary box end. And again, right in that channel, just outside the off stump. And drawing Ashmead Ned forward. Ashmead Ned conversely. An astute 6 from 22 deliveries so far.
And Bishop is on 44 from 45, and he struck a number of boundaries. He also struck 2 sixes, a 6.
This one in the air for some time, and on the bounce to the fielder had to mid-off.
So that one was pitched up, and Ashley Ned was driving, but he dropped in front of Spencer at mid-off. Maybe he was looking for the outward movement, and that occasion didn't happen.
I think over the last 20 minutes or to half an hour or so, this one just beating that outside edge again, just going straight on, just probably a fraction of a way movement from Jeremiah Louis. But I think in the last 20 minutes or so to half an hour, Jeremiah Louis looks like the bowler who's going to get you that breakthrough, probably clean up the tail, get those 2 remaining wickets for the Leewards.
Yes, he has looked good. He has bowled very well all morning. He has been getting the ball to move both ways. As I said, he had a stint in England as well.
Beautiful Yorker this time. And Ned up to the task. Plays it out to extra cover.
And you could see some thought has been going into his bowling. He knows what he wants. He He has been using the pitch, he has been using the crease well, and that last delivery a Yorker length, but the batsman Ned was to the measure of it. So he continues to bowl well.
You can see that he's bowling with a plan in mind. He takes a couple of them away from the batter, and then he brings that one in. And then another over, he may do the opposite. He may bring it in, and then get one to leave. So you can see that he is bowling with a plan. And definitely that expectancy. There are 4 slips in place. This one, clean bowled him.
What a lovely delivery. Got that one to come back. That one came back this time. And is it the off stump when cartwheeling? Very good delivery. He has picked up 5. And a very, very good spell of bowling by Jeremiah Louis.
The most beautiful sight in world cricket for any fast bowler, Jeremiah Louis, on a good length, hitting top of off and cartwheeling through the defenses of Ashmead Ned, who was again looking to get on the front foot, but that extra yard of pace as well, the undoing of Ashmead Ned and his off-stump cartwheeling. And there you go, Jeremiah Louis now officially has the second 5-4 of the 2024 season. Congratulations definitely to the young man. He's got 5 for 25 from 13.5 overs. And now the Academy 9 wickets down, the score on 169. And just a lead of 32. So they're in danger of not even getting to that mark that you spoke about, that 50-run lead mark.
Well, but they have done well, and 32 runs could be very, very important in the scheme of things. But we have seen a very, very good spell of bowling from Jeremiah Louis. He has picked up 5 for 25, and he has really done well. He has been able to get the ball to move both ways quite comfortably. And I'm sure the Leewards will be hoping that he can get the final wicket. We have 1 delivery remaining in his 14th over. And he might may not have enough time for 1 more over after this, but we'll have to wait and see. 1 delivery remaining, and just about 2 minutes before lunch. So Jeremiah Louis will be hoping to get this final wicket. You have 3 slips waiting, or 4 slips waiting. Are we going to see the Yorker, or are we going to see the away swinger?
Yeah, we're talking about that bowling with a plan, and the captain of the academy team, when Jeremiah Louis got him out, he set him up. This one into lane, and he's swung it away on the leg side through mid-wicket. Is going to trickle away into the boundary and up onto the grass mounds. So Johan Lane starting his account with a boundary.
Well, Louis was looking for the Yorker, but he didn't get it pitched correctly, and Lane went after it and he got a boundary. And that's 4 more important runs have been added to the total. So 173, so it means that they're leading by 36, and that is very, very important.
Yeah, indeed. So just coming up on a bit before midday, and the lunch period beckons, and Captain Cornwall is going to continue from that far and with Spencer.
Spencer.
He's going to
maybe he's seen something that we're not seeing. Well, it's the last over before lunch, so maybe he's going to give him an opportunity to redeem himself. The previous over, 4 boundaries were struck by Joshua Bishop. So let us see what will happen in this last over before lunch.
This one is short and pulled. There's a man back there, but he is behind the square on the leg side, and Bishop pulled in front of square through a wide mid-wicket. Picks up himself another boundary. So Spencer starting off much like he ended his last over with a short delivery and paying the price.
So the lead continued to mount. So with that boundary, the lead is now 40. And so the Leewards would be under pressure batting in the second innings.
Going short again, and this time straight into the hands of the fielder at a square leg. Didn't have to move a muscle other than his hands just to pouch the ball. And on the stroke of lunch on the third morning, the West Indies Academy have been bowled out for 177. Joshua Bishop falling agonizingly short of a first-class half-century, caught on the square leg boundary for 48. And Javier Spencer has some measure of revenge after being struck for so many boundaries. So we've come to the lunch interval on day 3 here at Warner Park in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. A beautiful day, and it is the West Indies Academy leading with a lead of 40 runs versus the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. When we get back after the lunch interval, the second innings of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Well, good afternoon from Warner Park. We're about to resume after lunch, and the Leeward Islands will be starting their second innings. And they trail by some 40 runs after being bowled out for 137, and then the Academy scoring 177. So that's the first delivery. And welcome back, Gary Pemberton.
Good afternoon to you, Smitten, and good afternoon to listeners. So it is going to be an interesting period of play after lunch to see how the Leewards batters will fare against the bowling attack of the West Indies Academy.
Well, the track certainly seemed to have evened out a bit. And it's a good track to bat on, and once batters are prepared to apply themselves, as this one is turned into the onside for a single. But once they're prepared to apply themselves, in fact, that was a leg by coming from the bat of Louis. They certainly could get runs on this track, but certainly we've had some 2 innings completed and lots of time left in this day. We are into the second session of today's play. So we have virtually 2 sessions to go, and then all of tomorrow. So lots of time, and we do expect we'll get a result in this game. Edged and caught. In fact, it dropped just in front of Clark in the slips, and Grant.
Yes, and Grant, I think he made a duck in the first innings, so he's on a pair. Yeah. Oh. Is that so? I think he made a duck. Yeah, I believe
yes, he
so.
would have made a duck. But Gary Leeward, of course, would be looking to get a good start, and of course the Academy would be looking for wickets. Had a good delivery there from Lane, who is operating from the far end, defended by Grant. So the Academy, of course, starts with an advantage. Attempted drive to one, pitched outside the off stump, and through to the keeper. Grant missing completely, but he looks rather uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's a bit tentative. He doesn't look confident. I guess if you made a duck in the first innings, I guess he's now hoping and trying to get off the mark, but he doesn't look quite comfortable so far.
There are 3 slips awaiting on a gully. Picks up the line of that one well outside the off stump and allows it through to the keeper. So a good start here after lunch by the West Indies Academy, just conceding 1 run from that over and making Grant a bit uncomfortable at the crease.
So Lane would have gotten 2 wickets in the Leeward's first innings, and he started the first over. He could have he almost got a wicket of Joshua Grant. Grant, who made a duck in the first innings, but the Leewards starting the second innings 40 runs behind, and they would want to get a good start from the openers. They are on 1 from the first over, and on the other hand, the West Indies Academy will looking to get some early wickets, and it's going to be Naheem Young, another player who is being talked about much in certain quarters. I don't know if you have seen him and your thoughts on Naheem Young.
Yes, so we would have seen him here, of course, in CPL, and he has been around CPL for a couple of years. He's in fact the captain of this academy team. In fact, in the first innings, he picked up 2 wickets in his first over. In fact, he picked up a wicket with his very first delivery, and picked up 2 in that over.
So the West Indies Academy certainly would want to put some pressure on Leewards. You still have 2 sessions and a day remaining, so enough time. If the Leewards doesn't bat well, they can find themselves under pressure. On the other hand, if they bat well, they can also put some pressure on the West Indies Academy.
And this is a good shot. Played there by Louis, just coming forward and easing it down to long on for 4. Just getting bat on ball and more or less pushing it past the man at mid-on a bit wide. And he played that one past Ned, who was at mid-on, and the ball raced away to the boundary.
Yes, he got it on the full and just pushed it, timed it well, down to long on for 4.
Louis defending well, and he certainly started well in the first innings. He looked good, but then got out quite cheaply. Of course, this is his first match for the Leeward Islands, making his debut in this match. And he would be looking to post a good score here for his team.
Yes, he's one of the youngsters from the Leewards, from St. Kitts, who has some potential. He has now been given the opportunity. He would need to spend some time in the middle and see if he can get some runs under his belt. I'm sure once you do that, then you will open the eyes of the selectors as an opener. You know, the West Indies is still struggling to find an opening player that can be consistent at the highest level.
That one right up in the block hole and dug out by Louis to complete that over. Just 4 runs coming from that over. 9 Young's first over. Unlike his first over in the first inning, he did not pick up a wicket. But the conditions are ideal for batting. The sun is really pelting down at the moment. Quite a contrast to yesterday, but we are accustomed to these conditions here in the Caribbean. You might have a hurricane passing through, let's say in the morning, and in the afternoon conditions could improve tremendously, and you wondered if you really had, but this one is defended by Grant. So, yes, Gary, so that's the sort of weather we deal with here in the Caribbean. One day it could be very bad, and the next day, brilliant.
Yes, because yesterday was it was rainy all day, and Wednesday was overcast and hazy, and then now today is nice and sunny and hot.
Lane bowls another good delivery, right on target, and defended by Grant, who is looking to get his first run.
So Joshua Grant, do you know much about him?
No, I understand that he hails from Mountserrat, but you know, here in the Leewards, there's very little information about players. From time to time, you hear and see certain players popping up. Of course, there's no Leeward Islands tournament being held. You know, once ago, particularly in the 70s, 80s, and even in the 90s, when a tournament was being held in the Leeward Islands, we knew each player quite well. We were very familiar with the players, and I'm pretty certain you could attest to that, Gary. I know you're not that old, really, but
yeah, you were able to follow the cricket. You know you have a Leeward Islands tournament, and you'll be able to follow certain players. You know, from the Leeward Islands tournament, you can say, okay, this person had a very good tournament. You expect him to be in the Leeward Islands camp, and then from the Leeward Islands camp, can go on and play for the Leewards. But nowadays, players are just popping up because you probably just select a couple guys from the different islands, have a little trial game, and then a team is selected without much preparation in terms of match preparation leading up to these competitions.
Edged by Grant. So he's having a bit of a torrid time there at the moment. And Louis calls him down to give him some words of advice. Probably just to ease the pressure from the young man momentarily.
Calm the nerves a little bit.
Yes, certainly.
I think he's there. He's waiting on the back foot. Just everything is being played from the right inside the crease. He's not looking to get forward with any sense of confidence.
Not a good one from Lane, just outside the off stump, but Grant is picking up the line well and allowing it through to the keeper.
But the good thing about it, once you can spend some time in the middle, it should help your confidence. He has faced 2 overs. He has not scored as yet. He's still on the dock. He's still on 0. So I think if once he gets off the mark, he might feel a little bit more comfortable and confident. But for now, he's not looking as confident as you should be looking as an opener.
But the key thing is that he's still there. As Naeem Young, the captain of the academy team, will continue from this end. He has 3 slips, a gully, point, extra cover and mid-off. Bowls the delivery outside the off stump wide. No shot offered by Louis. But Gary, I think there was a practice match in Nevis where the Hurricane, the Leeward Islands Hurricane, would have played against the Nevis team, and the BK Louis would have picked up a century. Outside the off stump, no shot offered by the batsman Louis. Through it goes to the keeper.
And Louis normally plays a lot of cricket in Nevis because he represents one of the teams in Nevis in the local league, the T20 league and the T10 league in Nevis. So he plays a lot of cricket over in Nevis, and we have seen him there on numerous occasions.
Push down to mid-off, which is good. And, there's a school of thought that there should be an attempt to have more cricket being played between St. Kitts and Nevis. It's very easy to get to each island by boat.
And it is very easy to speak about it, but it seems as though it's difficult to actually get it into action.
Well, I suspect we do too much talking around here as opposed to action. But it's something that has been discussed at length and over the years. But as you rightly said, it's plenty talk and no action. But somehow there's a need for more cricket to be played. Edged down to 3rd slip by Louis. And well fielded there by Agis.
So Naeem Young has been keeping that off-stump line. There was a delivery just on about the off-stump and came from the outer portion of the mat as Louis was coming forward. So he seemed to be working on a plan. You have 3 slips on a gully waiting for an outside edge, and he's looking to be bowling at that off-stump line.
Well, off-stump line once more, but
too wide.
Too wide. Yes, Gary, in the Leewards, there's hardly any cricket played. I think in Mountfort, Antigua, there's quite a bit of cricket being played still. But as you go down to places like St. Martin, for example, they do play even more cricket than we play here in St. Kitts, for example. In fact, St. Martin has a player on the West Indies team, Casey Carty. Oh my goodness, that one looked very plumb indeed. The batsman he's looking back at his stump and where he might have been, but I think it's not where you ended, but where you were struck.
No, that's out. That's straight. That's out.
Very straight indeed.
Only if he's probably thinking he got an edge onto it, but that was straight.
Very straight indeed. And a very easy decision for the umpire to make. So
he made a pair in this game.
King pair. The young man has departed for king pair, and not a good showing for Grant. I suspect that Grant would be making his debut for the Leeward Island also. But technically, he does not seem to be too well equipped, at least from what I've seen, to be an opening batsman. He's not getting behind the line of the ball, and he always looked uncomfortable out there. And it was not surprising when he was struck in front. Missed one completely, a ball on a good length from lane, and he was out like before.
And just as I said, he was a bit tentative. He wasn't coming onto the front foot. So he basically struck in the crease, and the umpire had no difficulty in sending him on his way. So Kofi James has joined Michael Louis. He's the vice captain, and I'm sure he would want to play a very good innings. But the Leewards would be under pressure. They are under pressure. You're trailing by 40 runs, and you've already lost the wicket.
This one is in the air, but goes. In fact, it seemed to have been knocked back from the long on boundary. Player there seemed to have been struck on the shoulder, or probably fell on his right shoulder. That looks like Joseph. Mbiki Joseph, who had a very good knock, so he seems to be leaving the field at the moment.
So it was short, and there was Kofi James just helping it around down towards long leg. We were obscured by we did not see exactly what happened, but it seemed to maybe in an attempt to take the catch, he might have injured himself, fell on his shoulder, and so the Leewards would have gotten a single, and James is off the mark. He's on 1, 6 for 1. They came into the start the second innings a deficit of 40 runs, so they have to clear 40 runs before they can give the West Indies Academy some runs to play for. So I'm sure the Academy will be very much confident.
Louis gets a single down to long leg, and this will move the score on to 7 for 1. Louis moves to 4. He has faced some 14 deliveries so far. So the West Indies team trailing by some 33 runs at the moment. So Joan Lane, 1 for 1 from 2.2 overs. He's in his third over. Slight bit of cloud cover. The sun goes on the cloud at the moment, but I suspect just momentarily. Very good weather here at Warner Park at the moment, and we expect it to hold for the rest of the day. Pushed into the offside square of the wicket by Kofi James, but he can't score. But Gary, the academy team though looks a very disciplined team from what I've seen so far.
Well, there are a bunch of youngsters who seems to be confident, and once you have confidence, you certainly can do well.
I get the impression also that there are some players out there who are eager to get into the academy. We certainly from these parts, we do not have any players. Well, no, let me take that back, that one. Tuckett, Boyne Tuckett, he is in fact in the academy. He's the wicket keeper. Has done a very good job in this match so far. And he's the wicket keeper. He of course is from Nevis. But what we would like to see is a lot more players from these parts getting there. It's a nice shot by Louis. Should get at least a couple runs. They're looking for the third, and they get it quite easily.
So how are we going to? Yes, you mentioned that we need to see some more players from these parts in the West Indies Academy. But if you're not playing cricket,
no, but we are playing youth cricket, and if these parts could produce cricketers that who could get onto the Leeward Islands team at youth level, I'm sure that these players will be noticed. So there's yet an avenue. Young Tuckett, for example, he would have played youth cricket. That's a very good delivery. Really a lifting just outside the off stump. And in fact beating the outer edge of Kofi James, and going through to the keeper.
So Young continued to be bowling on that off-stump line. That last delivery had made a bit of height, and we're just on the off-stump.
This one was a wayward delivery. It started just on about leg and went further down the leg side. And James was looking to whip it into the onside, missed it completely, and through it went to Tuckett.
Yes, so Tuckett has come through the ranks of the U team, would have played for the West Indies under 19 U team, and that is very good.
Oh my goodness. Padding up to a delivery which probably struck him outside the off stump.
And was a bit high as well.
And certainly.
So yes, players normally in years gone by you would have represented the West Indies under 19 team. It is expected that you would graduate to your territorial team with the Leewards or Barbados or the Windies.
This one is outside the off stump. No shot offered this time by James.
But we have also seen players who would have represented the West Indies on the 19 team, and they just fell away by the West side because Leewards not having any organized Leeward Islands competition for these guys to showcase their talent. I could speak of a fast bowler from Nevis, but Kian Pemberton would have represented West Indies on the 19, but he has not been playing cricket because there's no organized Leeward Islands cricket, so his cricket has just fallen off.
Yeah, well, I certainly agree with that. That is, as this one is turned into the onside, in fact, they're back for the second one as the fielder fumbles, and 2 runs to James. But you're correct. You're very correct with that. Some players are going to lose out because they don't get the opportunity to be absorbed into the territorial team. Of course, the academy, I suspect, could only take that much number of players. So, there's absolutely no avenue for some of the other players.
So it's 12 for 1, the Leewards. They need to make 40 runs to make the West Indies before they can give the West Indies Academy some runs to play for. So they're still 28 runs away from making the West Indies Academy bat again. So the West Indies Academy team will be looking to continue to put some pressure on the Leewards as Johan Lane is bowling from the far end. Michael Louis will be looking to get some runs for the Leewards and to prevent the West Indies Academy from taking the ascendancy in this match but they have been able to restrict, as they would have restricted the Leewards in the first innings to 137. They came in and they made 177, leading by 40. And now they have picked up a wicket, so they will want to continue to put some pressure on the Leewards team.
Turned there to short mid-wicket by Louis. Well, figured he had no run. And Louis not being able to get past Ned, who's that short mid-wicket. Seeing 4 slips there now. 4 slips a gully, a backward point. And there's an extra cover. And on the onside, we have a long leg and a short mid-wicket. Well defended by Louis into the offside. And there is no run, but 137, 177, no team being able to get as far as 200 in this game so far. Very low scores.
So does that mean that the bowling is very good or the batting is weak?
I think it's more a question of batting. The batting being weak and the players not prepared to apply themselves. The academy, they got off to a good start. And they in fact started it at 60 for 2. And then they lost some wickets very, very quickly. But we saw some rearguard action by James and I think it was Bishop. Got them some runs and propelled their score to, that was an inside edge onto the pad. And a single taken in the end. But some good rearguard action there from the academy, which took them up to 177. But at one point, they were in danger of being bowled out below the 137 scored by the Leeward Island Hurricanes. In fact, who knows if Cornwall had taken that catch off James at that point, it could have been a different story.
Yes, as I say, catches win matches, and the Leewards are a bit under pressure.
This is a good push into the cover region by James for a single. But James has looked busy so far. And he's looking to score runs, he's looking to pick up singles. And one of the problems I had with the Leeward Islands batting in the first innings is that they were not proactive enough. They were not looking to rotate the strike enough, which, as we know, is an age-old problem in the Caribbean.
And 2020 has made it worse. Because all his batsmen want to hit his sixes mainly. They're not looking to work the ball around to pick up a singles. You're not picking the gaps. You should be able to look at the field and see where the fielder is and determine how are you going to get some runs. We're not seeing that from our players. We're either going to block or a big shot.
Well, you would think that 2020 should make it better because some of the better 2020 teams, they try to score off every delivery.
Well, for West Indies, it doesn't seem to be the
same. Because, these teams, they look to, when they can't get the boundaries, they look to pick up singles and so on. And you would think that this should improve the games of some batters. But in our cases, we are looking mainly to score boundaries. We are looking to clear the boundaries. So I guess this is a part of the game which needs development. And here we see Louis flashing at one outside the off stump, a rather extravagant looking drive. And in fact, that's Kofi James. Louis is at the non-striker's end. Missed it completely and through it went to the keeper, Boyne Tuckett. defended by James this time. I see Joshua James there at extra cover, loosening up, so probably might see him into the attack very shortly. Doing his stretches. He, of course, in the first innings picked up 3 for 11 from 7 overs driven, but finds James in the way. James, of course, moving to his right from his position at extra cover to field no run. So we just might see James coming into the attack very shortly as the captain, Naim Young, continues. 14 for 1, we're into over number 8. Short lifting. Tuckett had to jump to take it. He's a very short man, but did very well. Of course, there's a bit of history behind Tuckett deciding to adapt the gloves to go into wicket keeping. Of course, this one he digs out and gets it to mid-on. One up in the black hole by Naim Young. But as I was saying, Gary, there's some history behind Tuckett deciding to be a wicket keeper. Understand his godfather, Ridley Jacobs. He admired Ridley Jacobs, and he wants to pattern his game after Jacobs, his godfather.
Well, that's a good thing. I think Jacob is a good individual that you want to take pattern off of, because he would have represented the Leewards and the West Indies very well.
The only difference is that Jacobs was a stockier lad, and of course Jacobs was left-handed. He was a left-handed batsman, rather obdurate batsman too. Many times got crucial runs for the West Indies in the middle. Jacobs, of course, from Antigua, Ridley Jacobs. But it's just 14 for 1 of 8 overs, the Leewards. Laying outside the off stump. And of course, there are 4 slips waiting, a gully and also a backward point. So this would emphasize his line of attack. Just on about or just outside the off stump, but probably with the surprise delivery, bringing it back into the right-hander. Well, he's right on cue.
Yeah, he has been most of his deliveries have been coming back in towards the right-handed batsman, because most of the time he's giving the impression like he's almost breaching the defense of the batsman, because he has been getting the ball to come back nicely from outside the off stump. Maybe if you can get that one to move away, then you might be able to make good use of the fielders you have in the slips.
This one is pushed up to wide-ish mid-off. And it's fielded there by James. And now we see one of the slips being taken out. Kadeem Aline has been taken out of the slips. He goes to a backward point. A short cover is being placed, and there's also a mid-off. This one is a poor delivery down the leg side. Beats the diving figure of young Tuckett and buys a signal.
Yes, it was a wayward delivery from Lane. He was probably looking to get a Yorker in on the leg stump, but he went wide and went past the keeper. Tuckett did his best but couldn't get to it. And he went for 4. So the total will move on to 18. 18 for 1 in over number 9. So they're scoring at just about 2.05 runs per over.
This one angled into the batsman once more. And he plays it from off the hip up to short mid-wicket.
Yes, as I said, he has been getting the ball to come back from outside the off stump. He also seemed to be working up a bit of pace as well. He seemed to have a good bit of pace. The young Johan Lane, he as I said before, he would have gotten 2 wickets when the Leewards batted in the first innings. So he'll be looking to pick up more wickets here.
This one is a rather innocuous delivery, wide of off stump, and no shot offered through it goes to the keeper. So we seem to have picked up a bit too. But it's really a pleasant afternoon here at Warner Park. A typical Caribbean afternoon. And weather conditions that might encourage some people to take a pass over probably Frigate Bay, Friars Bay, one of those beaches in St. Kitts. But of course, it's also a working day.
So is the water conducive for beach?
Well, that's the other consideration, driven powerfully by James. He seems to be fairly calm to me, but sometimes you have to get closer to it to see what's really happening, because sometimes it's...
Yeah, I think the water is a bit murky. A lot of seaweed as well that came in during the storm, so I don't think the beach is the best place to be at this time. Maybe if you're looking for sun, if you want to get some sun on the beach, then you can do that.
Pushed into the onside for single. So, the weather pattern changing rather suddenly over the past few weeks. We have not been having any rain or much rain, hardly any rain. And then all of a sudden, we get this deluge, whole day's rain. And even going far into the night. But that's cleared up things. In fact, it seemed to have taken the Sahara dust away. Young bowls a good one, which is angled into the offside by Louis, but he can't score.
So this is the 5th over on the chart for Naeem Young. The other opening bowler, Lane, also would have bowled some 5 overs. So we have seen 9 overs being bowled in over number 10. And a short delivery. Ballooning over the head wide has been signaled because he dug it in very short, and wide has been signaled.
Yes, and Louis is a very tall man. In fact, I stood next to him during the lunch hour, and he certainly is towering over me. And I'm not the shortest of persons, and he did not really have to duck at that one. It went way over his head and signaled wide by the umpire.
Chance of a run out. There was a mix-up between Kofi James and Louis. He was looking for the second run, and Kofi James probably was ball watching, and they almost had a mix-up.
Well, the Leewards could afford to run out at this stage. They're just about halfway towards clearing that deficit, and they've already lost a wicket. And certainly they would not want to lose a wicket at this stage by the run-out route.
So Kofi James is the vice captain of the Leewards, so he would want to stay around, because in terms of the other batsmen, we have Jamal Hamilton, who has made runs at this level, and there isn't anyone else who you think can make some runs. But Jeremiah Louis, as the all-rounder coming low down, he can make some runs. And you also have Terrence Ward, who is an experienced player. He has been around for some time, so they'll be expecting to get some runs from Terrence Ward as well.
Well, in fact, Terrence Ward and Louis, they were the only two batters who were able to, I'll get back to that in a moment, short lifting once more. Yeah, they were the only two batsmen for the Leewards who were able to get something reasonable. In fact, Louis got 45 and Ward 28, and the two of them, they were able to put on a 50-run partnership. And at one point, they seemed to be pulling Leewards back into the game, probably inching them towards a score of 150. But in the end, Terrence Ward got out, and then it was all downhill from there on for the Leeward Islands. They were not able to string together any partnership. At least the lower half of the Leeward Islands batting, we would have seen a brief partnership between Archibald and Louis, but nothing of real substance, as James would pick up the attack from the far end.
Yes, so it's Kadeem Aline, as a matter of fact, will be coming in from the far end. And so as he plays Lane. Well, it's the number on the shirt is saying 40. So
yes,
it
is Aline. It is Aline who is picking up the attack. As he turns around now, I could easily identify him. So it is Aline.
So he has replaced Lane. Lane, who would have completed 5 overs, and also captain would have also delivered some 5 overs as well. So it's 21 for 1, the Leewards.
Down the leg side, a good take there by Tuckett. And he has had a good match behind the stumps so far, although he did not do well with the bat.
But he didn't trouble the score. That's how I think he made a duck.
James, in fact, is at mid-off. And I still see him, they're doing a bit of stretching from time to time. So we'll have to wait and see if he comes into the attack from this end. Down the leg side once more. And through to the keeper.
So the first 2 deliveries from Kadeem Aline has been down the onside. You want to get back on the off-stump line. You want to put some pressure on the Leewards. They still have 19 runs deficit. They need to score another 19 runs before they can even start to think to give the West Indies Academy some runs to play for. So we're just about 53 minutes after lunch.
This time he's on target, but well defended there by Louis. Delivering a good length. On about, it's about center and off center stump, and moving in slightly to the batsman, but he defended well. That's a lovely shot there by Louis. It was short, and he swiveled into his wicket and pulled it through mid-wicket and down to the boundary for 4. Really good shot there by Michael Louis. Score moving on to 25 for 1. Louis is a tall man, but seemed to have a rather crouched stance, rather low down for such a tall man. Angles this one down to gully, coming from the outer portion of the batter, thick outside edge, and going down to gully, where it was fielded there by Joshua Bishop. No run. Short and turned into the onside. This time down to long leg for a single. And it was fielded there by the emergency fieldsman for the academy. And just the one there to Louis.
So the over has been completed. So over number 11. And the Leewards are 26 for 1. They're scoring at 2.36 runs per over. They trail by 14 runs. And Louis is there. He's on 15. He has faced some 35 balls. Kofi James, the vice captain, on 5. They would want to put on a good partnership. Louis is the opening batsman, and he would want to put a good total on the scorecard. He has enough time, a good batting strip, and no pressure is on him. And he will just need to put his head down and try and bat as long as possible for the Leewards team.
So Kofi James comes into, not Kofi James. It's Joshua James for the academy who comes into the attack. Starts well. Delivery back on target and turned into the onside by Louis. Of course, James would have picked up some 3 wickets for 11 runs from this end in the first innings for the Leeward Islands. Lee would have sent down some 7 overs. So he has been brought on from this end, and he'll be looking to get some early success. Seems to be breaking play. Bit of a hold up. And the umpire there seems to be having some words with the captain, Naim Young. Still trying to work out what might be happening there. Gary, any observation?
No, I'm unable to pick up what was the hold-up all about, but it seems that all is well. So James will continue from the media center end.
Well, they always tell you all is well that ends well. Turned into the onside, down to long leg for a single. And just the one there to Louis. But it's now some 27 runs down for 1. The Leewards, they're still 13 runs adrift of the deficit. And I'm pretty certain that they would be hoping that they do not lose another wicket before they get to this target. In fact, they would be hoping to wipe out that lead and put something on the board before losing another wicket. Turned into the onside once more. Hesitation there by James. He started for the run, then stopped. And we've seen a bit of misunderstanding between these two batsmen so far in this innings.
Maybe they have not batted together for any period of time, but this is Louis' first game for the Leewards. So maybe it's a new combination.
Certainly. Of course, last year, one of the opening batsmen for the Leeward Islands was Kyron Powell, but he's not in the setup this year. Perhaps you might be able to tell me whether or not he has gone out of the game.
No, as far as I'm aware, I think he's available. He would have made himself, based on information, that he would have made himself available for the season. But for some reason, he was not included in the first game. I think information came out that he probably is available from the second game, so you probably will be seeing him before the season ends.
Okay.
But I think he's still available to play for the Leewards.
I think in the setup here, he's an important player based on the inexperience of some of these batsmen. Grant, we saw opening innings picking up a pace. And of course, that's not the sort of start that the Leeward Islands will be looking for at this level. But of course, the young man is probably just in his first game, but nevertheless, he failed to get off the mark. The Leeward Island batting shows a bit of inexperience, though.
Yes, we were trying to go through the team. Well, Cornwall has been around for some time, Jamal Hamilton. But in terms of the top batters, the top 5 batters in the top 5, you have inexperienced players. Michael Louis, Joshua Grant. You have Kofi James, who has been around, but not as experienced as maybe you probably would think. So you're certainly missing someone like Kyron Powell at the top of the batting. You also have Ross Powell, who is not in the 11, but he's in the team, he's in the squad. So in terms of the experience in the top half of the Leewards batting, it certainly lacks experience. And so you're hoping that some of the youngsters can put their hands up and try and make some runs. The opening batter, Michael Louis, he has gotten a start. He's on 16, he has faced some 40 balls, and that is enough time, enough deliveries for you to get your eyes in and pick up the pace of the pitch, which is nothing devilish in the pitch. If you can put your head down, I'm sure he can make some runs, and I'm sure he will want to make some runs for the Leewards, because the Leewards starting the second innings with a deficit of 40 runs would want a good partnership from these two.
Bowling change from the far end, though. It's Ned who comes into the attack. Just the one over there from Aline, Kadeem Aline, being replaced by Ned.
So it will be interesting to see how the Leeward batsmen play the spin. It's always an interesting battle between the batters, not only Leeward but West Indies batsmen and spinners. So we'll see how these two will fare against the spin bowling of Ned, or the left arm slow bowling.
Well, that's a good shot, though, by Kofi James. Swung away down to backward square for 4. He just swiveled into his wicket and swung it down to backward square and picked up 4 runs. But James himself, he has been a strange case for the Leewards. He seems to have batted in every position for the Leeward Islands, starting in the team as opening batsman, and then you see him being pushed down the order at times, even batting at probably numbers 9 or 10. And he has not bowled in this match so far. He has been on one of the chief wicket takers over the last couple of years. But he's vice captain of the team. He's playing predominantly as a batsman. He's going in at that pivotal position of number 3.
I normally would say that the number 3 batter is one of the better players, or the best player in the team. So he'll have to prove that to the selectors that he's worth batting at number 3 based on his performance.
He has looked good so far, though. What I like about him is that he's looking to score runs. He has been very busy since he has gone out there. And, there's a positive air about him, as if he is looking to get runs rather than occupy the crease.
So that over has come to an end. The first over from Ned. So 4 runs, 4 was struck off it. So over number 13, and it is 32 for 1. The Leewards still some 8 runs in deficit. They made 137 in the first innings, and the West Indies Academy replied with 177.
Early days yet. Leeward still to clear the deficit, but in your opinion, what do you think would be a safe target for the Leeward Islands to set the academy?
Well, I think what the Leewards would want to do, try and bat as long as possible, because thinking about setting a target, because you have just one more day to go. Their first intent should be to try and bat out the rest of the day without losing too many wickets.
Well, certainly they cannot afford to lose too many wickets at this point, because that 40 runs there, that's very critical, that's very crucial. And you score 200 runs, you take 40 away from that, you're just left with 160 runs. So Leewards would be looking to get well past 200, probably anything upwards of 260 plus.
Leewards should be looking to bat up until at least lunch tomorrow, because if you're going to be dismissed before lunch tomorrow, then certainly you will be up against it. So the batsmen should be looking to be batting as long as possible, bat for the rest of the day, and get up to lunch, and then after lunch you see what happens, because it doesn't make any sense to try to think about a victory when you don't even know how much runs your batsman will be making.
Well, of course, that is true, but of course they would have targets in mind. So it's not just about a victory, but putting yourself in a fairly comfortable position, and putting yourself in a position that would give you a chance in the match. So I'm pretty certain that they would be thinking in terms of targets, possibly taking it in increments, probably thinking in terms of batting until tea without losing much wickets, and then after tea you bat a bit more without losing too much wickets. And this one is beating the outside edge of Louis. Seemed to have seamed away a bit from Louis, and it was taken behind by the keeper, but that's a very good one. In fact, it seemed to have seamed back a bit as opposed to going away from the batsman.
Yes, it was a good delivery, touchdown, and seeing away slightly the batsman Louis was coming across, and he was committed in playing at it. He missed it and taken behind by the keeper. So yes, the Leewards batsman would want to bat and bat long, because you already lost a day from this game. It is, unless you bat poorly, it would be difficult for you to win from this position with you coming into second innings with a deficit of 40 runs.
Well, certainly, but I still think though that there's a lot of time left in this game for victory for either team. And that 40 runs there could be very critical in the final analysis.
Yes, and if the West Indies Academy can keep the scoring rate down low and pick up wickets, then they certainly will put pressure on the Leewards, because if they are to bat and make 160 with 2.5 sessions to play, they're in with a chance.
Louis defending, back up the track to Joshua James. Comes to the end of his over. 32 for 1.
Right, so the 14 overs have been completed. Lane had 5 overs, so 1 for 4. 9 young, 5 overs, none for 12. And Louis on 16 from 46. And Kofi James, the vice captain, is on 10 from 27. The Leewards still trail by 8. They're scoring at 2.29 runs per over.
What I've noticed so far, though, in this game so far, the Academy seems to score at a better rate throughout than the Leeward Islands. For most parts of the Leeward Islands, they have been below 3 runs per over. But Ned will continue from the far end. So James is defending and defending well. He's on 10. That one is quicker and flatter, and hurried James into a defensive prod, stabbed it out into the offside. This time he's stretching forward and pushing to short extra cover. So Ned is keeping it tight here, bowling a good line and a good length, varying his pace. Pulled away there by James. In fact, he picks up 4 as it goes over the square leg boundary. So a good result there for Kofi James.
Yes, the mid-wicket area was vacant, and Kofi James saw the opportunity to just swing it into the onside. It was not too short, but he still went through the shot and got it down towards the foul square area for 4. So with that shot, the total has gone on to 36. So Ned is back on target and just pushed it down into the offside. So Kofi James is the vice captain, and he would want to stay there and bat as long as possible. As he indicated, there's still lots of time remaining, so lots of time for him to bat. He can bat for the rest of the day if he wishes.
He's doing a good job so far.
So the umpire signaled the water break. So yeah, the first water break after tea. The Leewards with a deficit on first innings of 40. They are 36 for 1 after 15 overs.
Well, we're back here after the drinks break. Kofi James will continue, driven nicely by Louis. But no run. He's a very tall lad, well over 6 feet. It's about 6'4", 6'5". Much taller than his brother Jeremiah, the older brother, of course. James bowls one just outside the leg stump. And nicely taken there by Tuckett, skipping across to his left to rope that one in. So James has 2 slips, a gully. There's a backward point, short extra cover. There's also a leg gully, a leg slip, a square leg and a long leg. He's playing that and missing outside the off stump. That's a good delivery there by James, beating the outer edge of Louis and going through to the keeper. And as I look into the eastern section of the ground, I see the regular visitors, those chickens on the hill. Of course, regular visitors here at Warner Park. You won't have cricket without them. This one, an attempted pull shot down the leg side. Missed it completely. And once again, James strained down the leg side. But certainly this has turned out to be a very beautiful day here in St. Kitts. And of course we are at the picturesque Warner Park. As we look out into the harbor, we can see a couple of tourist ships there. This one is outside the off stump. Louis attempting to drive into the offside and missed it completely. Of course, a couple of weeks ago, we had one of the largest ship, tourist ship, they claim in the world coming here for in fact, an inaugural visit, in fact, on its inaugural journey. But this one is flicked into the onside. They should get 4 here as the ball crosses the boundary ropes now. It was on the pads of Louis and he just flicked it backward of square and the ball raced away down to the boundary for 4. So a pretty good shot there by Michael Louis.
Yes, a good shot, and with that boundary, the Leewards have now equaled the deficit of 40. So they would now have to be making runs for themselves from here on in. So Louis continued to settle in nicely, and he would want to continue. He's on 20 from some 52 balls, and he would want to continue to bat for the Leewards.
Yes, certainly, and supported by Kofi James, who has been there for some 33 deliveries. He's on 14, but nevertheless lending the right type of support to Louis. Ned will continue from the far end. And, of course, Ned bowls left arm, orthodox leg spin. And he's bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Kofi James. There's a slip and a silly point in attacking position. On the short and banged into the offside for 4. Too short there from the bowler, Ned. and punched into the offside out to cover point for 4 by Kofi James.
Well, since the water break, we have seen 2 boundaries, and Leewards would now look to be putting on some pressure on the West Indies Academy. So Kofi James played a squirrel wicket, and he was able to pick up a boundary. So 44 for 1. They now lead by 4.
Pushed into the onside, but no run. Gary, there's a slip and a silly point. This one is pushed straight to silly point by James. And it's fielded there by Clark. No run. So Academy looking to make further inroads into the Leeward Islands batting. Pushed into the onside by James. No run. James is defending once more. He goes back up the track to the bowler. So Gary was saying that there's a slip and a silly point. Could Young, do you think Young could be attacking a bit more? My goodness, that one was left alone by James, and that one seemed to have passed perilously close to the leg stump. Might have rushed his pad, but I was a bit unsighted, Gary. I don't know if you would have picked up that one more. We'll see it now.
Well, it was a flatter, faster delivery, and James was shouldering arms, and they were giving the impression they passed very close to the off stump, but looking at it from the monitor, it probably had about 6 inches outside the off stump. Not as close as the fielders were giving the impression that it was.
Well, we are seeing a double spin attack now. It's Joshua Bishop, who has been brought in from the media center end. He's also a left arm spin bowler, left arm orthodox.
And it's getting to be look a little bit overcast from here up to the back of us. When I was looking outside, seems to have some rain on that side of the island. And what's that? The west? Is that the western side or the?
You certainly it's rain now. We've had a lot of haze recently.
The mountain look a little hazy.
So one has to be very careful. I'm not saying that it's not rain, but at the same time, we would have had quite a bit of haze. But what I could tell you though, I see the groundsmen gathering close to the covers. In fact, one.
So obviously, it has to be raining because it's in the mountain side. That's the west. That's west.
That's right. West is back there. North is forward of us.
Yeah.
So we are at the northern side of the ground. But normally, as you would know, Gary, the rain comes from that area, but it's not in the stone.
So it's Joshua Bishop. We're bowling to the vice captain of the Leewards team. He's on 18. That's Joshua James. Oh, Kofi James, sorry. Kofi James is on 18. And Joshua Bishop will be bowling to James. He's sweeping and we'll get a boundary.
And sweeping well. He seems to favor that shot. That's a good shot. Swept nicely down to deep backward square for 4. So the runs are coming. They have been able to pick up some runs.
It was a good shot. The ball was on the leg stump going further down, and all he had to do was to help it around. He got good bat on it and was able to pick up a boundary.
You know, Gary, I heard a discussion between you and good friend, Basso, earlier on, and it was in relation to, I think it was in relation to the reverse sweep. I'll get back to that.
Ooh.
Not a very good shot that time. He bone for a while, but away from any of the fielders, and now we see Louis going down and having some words with his vice captain. But Gary, what I can tell is that Pope, who made the 196 just the other day in the first test for England and helped, as this one is pushed into the offside, and helped England to come from a 191 deficit to win that match. Defended by James. Pope, Ali Pope, he scored 196 and he played a number of reverse sweep shots. This one, a bit of turn there that time from Bishop, but played well in the end by Kofi James. So I was saying, Gary, he scored 196 and gave England that opportunity to win that game. As we look out, we see the groundsmen making preparation. They're in the rain
Yes,
coat.
because the clouds seem to be coming from the south, it's coming well from the west. It's actually drizzling.
From the west, the northwest, probably. It's not normal for you know. But I was saying that Ali Pope said that playing the reverse sweep to him is like playing a forward defensive shot.
Because they practice it. That's what they practice it on numerous occasions. Some players want to start to play it in a match before you even practice it properly. But these guys practice that reverse sweep all the time.
But we are seeing a change from the far. It looks like the captain, Naim Young, bowls a delivery outside the off stump, which was left alone by Miguel Louis. And I certainly agree with you. I mean, these guys practiced this shot over and over. And it has become the norm in, in cricket these days. Not just the white ball cricket, but even in test cricket. And they do practice it over and over. So much so that it's become a regular shot. Driven nicely. This is a good shot. It's going up towards the long on boundary and gets there. And 4 runs to Louis.
That's a lovely shot by Louis. Came forward and just drove it, timed it well, and just pushed it through the mid-on area and was able to pick up 4. So he's continuing to look better and better as his innings progress. So with that 4, he has progressed to 24. Lovely on drive.
So 49 for 1. Yes, some drops of rain coming down. But I don't think that this is going to last for any length of time. I hope, I hope I'm not reading the situation wrongly. But I think this is just temporary. Well, that probably will drift away. I suspect it's not going to affect the game too much, but then I could be wrong.
All right, so we'll take a break as there's a rain delay here at Warner Park.
Well, good afternoon once more from Warner Park. And play is about to resume here after an interruption which came about before the tea interval. Tea was taken, and of course the interruption was due to some rain coming from the opposite direction, not coming from the direction in which we normally expect the rain. Came from the more or less the northwestern area, and it really circled around the area. Dumped some water here on Warner Park. So we're about to recommence. We have a minimum of some 27 overs left in today's play. And we have had some 18.2 overs bowled so far in the Leeward Islands innings. And our play is scheduled to finish at 5:30. 53 for 1. Good afternoon, Mr. Basu.
Hello, Earl, and hello, everyone. The illumination of the afternoon sun here at Warner Park brings us some hope of the completion of day 3. And Naeem Young to continue. He was in the middle of his over when the rains came. And starts with one just outside that off stump.
So we're happy to have some cricket, of course, as we look to the east, where the rain normally comes from. There's some dark cloud there. So we're hoping that the rain stays away, and we will be able to get these 27 overs in.
It seems to me, looking across to that side, that Nevis is being drenched in downpour presently. A foolish delivery, and almost through the defenses, and the shot played by Michael Louis.
I think that's more of an optical illusion, Gerard. I don't think there's any rain on Nevis at the moment. As I look towards Charlestown, that it looks pretty clear there. And that's probably more haze than rain over that side. Of course, we can see the outline of Nevis in the background, but certainly
I have to concede to your local knowledge, most definitely. Naeem Young here, continuing his over, has decided that he's going to go full and straight. And a couple of deliveries are just flicked away into the leg side by Michael Louis and Kofi James, respectively. Now, of course, the Leeward Islands in their second innings now have a lead. As this one is tucked into that leg side, there'll be no run there. Now have a lead of 14. Remember the state of this game as we come to the end of the completion, in fact, of the Naeem Young over. Leeward Islands 137 in their first innings. The Academy replying with 177. And now the Leewards 54 for 1. The completion of the final 4 deliveries of the Naeem Young over.
And of course, the rain now just adjusting the equation a bit in terms of time and the amount of time left for either team to get a victory. Of course, at the moment, the edges with the Academy, and if they can prize out some wickets, then they might be in with a good chance. But the Leeward Islands, of course, will be looking to get a good score here. Interestingly, I noticed that a couple of the groundsmen they have put on their rain gear. So I don't know if that's a sign that they're expecting some further rain. But as I look to the east, it's clearing up slightly, so that's a good sign.
And nonetheless, for the time being, as you can see in your shot, the lengthening of the shadows as the sun goes down to the west. And Johan Lane continues from the commentary booth end And short one to start with, and then this one just back of a length outside that off stump. Watchful is Mikhail Louis, who will probably want to follow in his brother's footsteps and put up a good score here as the Leewards press forward for as huge a lead as possible that would allow them, as you said, to press for a victory on the final day.
You started well, so too James. He's on 24, James is on 22.
This one is nicely in line with and just punching into that offside.
Now he's looking at his bat handle, perhaps a bit of a crack there, and he's looking to change his bat. But certainly these two, they've had a good start to the innings, and it's left to them now to build on the start. Both batters are into the 20s.
Yeah, much better showing so far from them. Mikhail Louis only getting to 9, and Kofi James not troubling the scorers in the first innings. Joshua Grant also not troubling the scorers in the first innings. So he'll be a bit disappointed from a batting perspective that he hasn't gotten any runs in this encounter.
Well, you said first innings in both innings, as a matter of fact, and bagging a pair. And we used to say locally, he would see better next time around. Pierre, of course, suggesting that he probably has glasses now, spectacles, so he probably see better next time around.
Well, he definitely will be hoping. So this one is edged, is it? There was a loud noise as this one going down the leg side from Johan Lane. And Mikhail Louis was looking to flick through that leg side. There was a noise. Jama Hamilton collecting hands aloft and asking the question. And I think it just clipped the bottom of the pad as it went through. And that possibly was the noise that we heard.
Yeah, certainly. And a good takedown down the leg side there by young Tuckett. Louis looking to flick it into the onside and perhaps brushing the pads. And an appeal, a fairly confident appeal from the academy players.
Just back of a length once again from Johan Lane. And that is 5 dot balls in the over so far. Can he close the over without conceding any runs? Of course, that would possibly put some pressure on the Leeward Islands batters.
Well, they're at a stage where they're restarting the innings, so, a maiden should not be too much of an issue for them, as this one is coming from probably... Yes, the signal comes now from bat, and probably somewhere in the region of the bat handle and going down to fine leg for 4. So,
short delivery on that occasion from Johan Lane, and up to the task, just pulling behind square on that leg side. The fine leg fielder was quite wide, and he had no chance, and nor did the fielder running back from slip. So just as we were speaking about closing the over well, Johan Lane concedes a boundary, and that moves the score on to 58 for 1.
That boundary, of course, brought up the 50 partnership between these two batsmen. In fact, the partnership, some 53 runs coming up with that boundary. So good recovery by the Leewards.
The skipper Naeem Young will continue from that far end, and a bit of a misfield in mid-on allows James and Louis to run through for that single. So Naeem Young operating with the 2 slips and a gully with a backward point and a cover and a mid-off on the offside. This one just on that off stump line, and nicely forward is Mikhail Louis. As you said, they're just restarting. Always an interesting period when you have these interruptions in play, whether it's the drinks break or even the tea interval or the lunch break. It's always interesting to see how the batters apply themselves. This one down the leg side. There's another appeal. Well taken by Tuckett down the leg side once again. But the appeal really coming from the couple of fielders behind the bat. No one else, not even the captain, was interested in Naeem Young.
In fact, when the keeper took it, he did not show any signs of, suggesting that the batsman might have edged it. In fact, he did not appeal. He just took it calmly.
Short from Naeem Young, and it's pulled down to fine leg, and they'll get 1 run. That appeal really coming from Rivaldo Clark and the other players behind the bat. But young Tuckett, though, has had quite a good game. Of course, we remember in the first innings that wonderful catch he took diving across in front of first slip.
Yes, sir. He has had a good game so far. Behind the stumps, did not trouble the scorers when he batted.
And as we were talking about on the first day, players being expected to at least do 2 facets well. Whether you're a bowler, you must be able to hold your own with the bat, or a bowler who can field, or a batter who can bowl, or generally with wicket keepers in this modern era especially, you expect them that they're going to be batters as well. This one driven past the outstretched hand of Naeem Young and picked up in mid-off and no run.
Of course, there are no, you hardly find teams picking specialist wicket keepers these days. In fact, you have instances where wicket keepers are going in at number 5 and 6 for teams in Test cricket. And of course, in the white ball version, you have many wicket keepers that actually open the batting. The cock comes to mind immediately. So, the keepers, they should be very good in at least 2 facets of the game. The batting and keeping should be very good.
Yuan Lin continues. This one just tucked into the leg side, and another single pick up by Ashmead Ned running across at mid-on. So keeping the scoreboard ticking over as they work themselves back into their innings after the short terrain interruption. 60 for 1.
And that is very important, though, to keep the scoreboard moving, picking up singles and rotating the strike, and not allowing any one bowler to bowl to a particular batsman for a number of deliveries.
This one is short and a cutaway behind the square on the offside. The point fielder will jog across just for retrieval purposes. Across the boundary it goes.
Good shot there by Kofi James. And he has looked confident in this inning so far. He has played some good shots and he has been positive. And he has been looking to pick up singles also. So this all goes well for the Leeward Islands. And certainly they are posting a good partnership, these two so far.
Yeah, the lead now up to 27. And 27 valuable runs, that lead. What's that phrase you used today? It's like gold dust.
Certainly, and now Kofi James, I probably having some issues with his bat also. In fact, it seems as though his bat might have cracked. Really banged that one down to the backward point boundary for 4. 6 in fact. Yes, 6 in fact. And that's a very good shot to actually cut it over the boundary for 6. It's a very good shot indeed, and now he's changed his bat. So, like Louis, he certainly has had a good start. And these are good signs for the Leewards. And the question is, how well would the West Indies Academy respond to this pressure? Of course, they have a lead of 40, but this is a good little partnership building here, and runs are coming fairly quickly.
Yeah, back of a length again, and it's driven away backward of point again. And the diving fielder at point couldn't stop it, couldn't hold it in, and the expressions tell you it seemed to just go in the air very close to that fielder at backward point. But along the ground, and 4 runs added to the total, so the change of bat, same fortunes.
Certainly, and Clark diving away to his left could not rope that one in. So 4 very good runs there to Kofi James, and the score was raced on to 71 for 1. And Leewards, they're looking to score. They're looking to get runs here.
This one is a lot fuller from Lane through to Tuckett, and I think that's them being aware that they have just one day and the remaining hour or so of play today to put as many runs on the board and give the academy a target, but also give their bowlers, in particular Jeremiah Louis with that 5 in the first innings, and his his bowling partner, this one short again down the leg side. Give their bowlers the opportunity to have a go at the academy batters tomorrow.
Yes, and of course, the weather is a bit dicey. We started with perfect conditions earlier today, and I don't want to say out of the blue because it suddenly became dark. The rain came down.
This one foolish in length, bringing Kofi James forward. He defends astutely, and that dot ball will bring us to the end of another over. 71 for 1 now, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and they lead by 31 runs. And with just about an hour to go in play again, and I make it just about 22 overs remaining in the day's play, light and the weather permitting.
Speaking of light, we have a number of matches being played this year in this year's tournament. I have not looked at the full fixtures, the total fixtures. My question is, are there any day-night matches?
To my recollection, no. And it's interesting that you mentioned day-night matches, because as Naeem Young continues just outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Tuckett, it's interesting because we now have day-night test matches, that pink ball test match, and I think you make a great point, because that's also another aspect of getting these lads ready for international level cricket.
Yes, certainly. And in fact, that match that West Indies won in Australia was a day-night match. And I'll pause, as this one is defended into the offside by Louis. And of course, you know, Australia developed the reputation of being unbeatable at these day-night matches. Mitchell Starc, for example, is renowned to be a very effective and very deadly bowler in these day-night matches, but yet the West Indies team was able to beat Australia, and that is one of the things that made this victory so special.
Short from Naeem Young is pulled, and just in front of a wicketkeeper Tuckett, a valiant effort. Not quite sure if it came off the bat or just the shoulder of Mikhail Louis. He's a tall chap, is Louis. But definitely well stopped down that leg side by Tuckett. In fact, it did come off the bottom edge of the bat. Driven straight, and the 12th fielder, those are 3 stumps at the non-striker's end, does the fielding. But a nice looking straight drive there from Mikhail Louis, who seems to be getting more comfortable as the time goes by. But I definitely agree with you that, and I believe that Cricket West Indies would have that in the back of their mind as they continue with their strategic plan in terms of how do we go forward as a test playing nation, how do we get our players ready for the highest level of cricket. And I think that they will definitely have that in the back of their mind. And who knows, probably the 2025 season of the 4-day championship, we may very well see a couple of the matches being day-night encounters.
We would have had some day-night matches here in the Caribbean before. As a matter of fact, we would have had a day-night match right here at Warner Park before a 4-day match. So they would have... the West Indies board would have put some of that in place. But it's becoming more regular now as this one is pushed back. It's becoming more regular now for the night matches to be played, and one would think that it would become a part of the fixture, a regular part of the fixture, at least allowing each team one day-night match.
Yeah, I think it brings, as the over comes to an end, 71 for 1, a maiden over from Captain Naeem Young on that occasion. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 71 for 1, still leading by 31. I think it brings a different dynamic, the day-night encounter, especially in a test match. Sometimes you find test matches starting on a Wednesday or a Thursday when people are still at work, and you find during the day's play, the first 2 sessions, sometimes people are not coming out to look at it in certain locations. Of course, England and India and Australia probably being the exception where their crowds still come out. So as Johan Lane continues, this one pushed back down to mid-on. I think it is a consideration, not just for territorial boards in terms of Cricket West Indies or Cricket South Africa or any of the other boards, but also the ICC. They can consider that this may be a way forward to reignite that interest and get the crowds coming back out to look at the test match cricket.
Yes, certainly. You know, that is one aspect of the game that could be looked at in terms of bringing back spectators.
Driven through the covers. Is it going to get to the boundary? No, it's not. Mbiki Joseph is rapid across the ground and picking it up and hauling it in, and just 2 runs added to the total.
Yes, so this is something to be considered going forward, having these matches on a regular basis, at least giving teams an opportunity to experience the night matches. I don't know if it's an additional cost, but...
Driven, stopped straight back to the bowler, in fact, and showing off a bit of his footballing skills, Johan Lane, as he attempts to knock the stumps down with that shot on goal.
Might have embarrassed himself. Well, certainly missed by a good distance.
Just having some fun probably, because Michael Louis was anchored just like the 2 cruise ships in the port just to the south of us. And
Port Zante.
Port Zante, you say?
Yes, Port Zante.
There you go. But definitely, I think from a playing perspective as well, too, day-night matches tend to bring a different type of feeling as a player, different type of excitement, and you can hear that when you listen to some of the interviews. You mentioned Mitchell Stark, and when they interviewed Mitchell Stark, and he's renowned for being a brilliant pink ball bowler, and you can hear the excitement in his voice when he talks about playing day-night matches. This one's short. He's hooking in the air. Fine leg comes in about 5 meters and completes the catch. Is that Joshua James down there, or Kadeem Allen down there in the fine leg region? But a well-directed short ball by Johan Lane, bringing him some reward here. And Kofi James departs for 35. A well-played 35. Probably would be disappointed that he wasn't able to get on top of that short delivery, keep it down and continue his innings. But a well-played 35 nonetheless.
Well played 35, but giving it away a bit, falling for the bait and pull in there. It was a pretty easy catch to the fielder down there. Looked like Joshua James down there on the boundary. He just had to run in a couple meters and wait for that one to settle into his hands. And in the end, brought off a fairly easy catch.
Yes.
Competently and confidently taken.
Yeah, very simply. Made it look like a walk in the park.
Joshua James, in fact, is the one. He's going back to his position. So he's the one who took the catch.
Yes, indeed. So the second wicket now down in the Leeward Islands Hurricanes' second innings. The score on 73. Johan Lane with the 2 wickets so far. And Karima Gore has walked to the middle. A name that we have heard in and around youth cricket in the Caribbean for quite some time. He gets his opportunity here to affect the game positively for his team, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 2 slips, gully, backward point. The field that extra cover is just being moved across to the leg side. And the field at mid-off goes probably just to a wide-ish extra cover. Mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg and deep square leg on the leg side. Full delivery just outside the off stump.
So the West Indies Academy getting that breakthrough that they were looking for. Of course, there was a breaking play earlier on, and they were able to come back. And with just another 23 runs added, they were able to pick up a very crucial wicket. James, Kofi James, he was batting well, he was looking good. And certainly with his partner Louis, seemed as though they were going to post a big partnership here for the Leeward Islands, but that was not to be. He took the bait, tried to pull it backward of square. The ball ballooned in the air and he was out caught.
Captain Naim Young continues, and off stumper coming in to Mikhail Louis. And definitely you could see that it was a plan because that fielder was out there and not at that regulation fine leg, but more a bit wider at a long leg, if you will. And what made that wicket? It was a well-directed short ball. I'll come back to it. Naim Young full, attacking those stumps and flicked away into vacant area in the mid-wicket. And they'll get a couple of runs. But that's what made that wicket, that the direction of the short ball. So many times bowlers and captains, they place those fielders out there on the leg side for that short ball ploy. But when the bowler bowls the short ball, it's over the head, or it's too wide, or it's not extracting the shot that you want the batter to play. So a very well bowled delivery to get that wicket. Naim Young, on the other hand, is erring more on the fuller side. This one a shy at the stumps. And that man again, Joshua James, is it? Fielding at mid-off. And 1 run added to the total. Naim Young operating with 2 slips, a gully and a point. Extra cover mid-off on the offside. Mid-on, square leg and a fine leg on the leg side. Just continuing in that corridor outside of the off stump. And almost like an air of expectancy that something is going to give here. Karima Gore, who got a start somewhat in the first innings, got himself to 15 before getting dismissed in that first innings. And he had faced some 30-odd deliveries for that 15 runs. This one struck on the pad, loud appeal, and the finger from umpire Ramdani. Naim Young has the breakthrough, and wicket number 3 goes down. Again, Naim Young attacking those stumps.
That's interesting. The keeper is on his knees appealing, but he was way down the leg side. He moved far across. And to me, that one looked like it was heading towards the leg side, but the umpire is in a better position.
Gary said it looked like it was going to Connery, but in fact, again, we may be skewed by the camera angle, but the umpire is in the best position, and
the keeper was way down the leg side.
He was, and
good way down the onside.
But at the same extent, the batter was walking across his stumps, and he was almost in front of off stump when he was clipped on the outside of his pad. So
I would like to see that again.
So probably just clipping the leg stump. I will, in the estimation,
call.
Possibly that one thing that you told me you don't like much, but definitely a ball angling down the leg side a bit. And you can see there he's on off stump.
Yes, he moved way across, but nevertheless, the ball seemed to be angling down. If you look at where the Tuckett was, he was following the ball, but nevertheless, the umpire is in a better position than us.
Most definitely. And a very good umpire is umpire Ramdani. Jamal Hamilton, in his 100th first-class match, gets a full delivery to start with and drives out to point. And he's going to pick up a couple of runs to get his account on the way. But the breakthrough coming via the hands and the bowling of Captain Naim Young. And at the end of the over, 5 runs coming from it, but that all-important third wicket. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes now 78 for 3. And the game progressing nicely. And speaking about game progressing nicely, some of the other games around the 4-day championship are nearing conclusion, and a couple others are progressing in the direction of a victory one way or the other. We'll give you some updates in a short while. But really nice to have a 4-day cricket and a full 7 rounds of matches over a 3-month period going on.
Of course, we would have lost the whole day, and we would have lost time on the first day. And we have already lost some time today, so effectively we have had probably less than 2 days play so far.
Johan Lane continues from the commentary booth end, and Mikhail Louis carries on along his merry way and defending nicely into the offside. He's on 34. And it's going to be interesting to see with just about 40 minutes or so to go in the day's play again, weather and light permitting, the approach of Jamal Hamilton, who we know by nature can be attacking. Jamal Hamilton, of course, standing at the non-striker's end at present. And it's also going to be interesting to see how Mikhail Louis continues along, what type of approach he's going to have. He now has a new batter with him, somebody who is naturally can be aggressive. And is it going to change his own game, Mikhail Louis, or is he going to just sit back and anchor the innings? Short and pulled. There's a man at backward square leg, and he makes a valiant dive, almost like diving into the sea down to the south of Warner Park, and not able to hold it in. It looks like Ashmead Ned. Yeah, it is Ashmead Ned, one of the better fielders going around the Caribbean. You have to give him A for effort.
But a very good shot there by young Mikhail Louis. He pulled, but he pulled down. It was from up to down, and he kept it all along the ground and safely got it away to the boundary for 4.
This one a bit short again, and nicely dealt with by Louis. In fact, it's too short because it's a signal wide by the umpire.
think that one was a wide for height. Was ballooning over the head of the batsman.
Yeah, indeed. Even though he's quite tall, Michael Louis, it was well above his shoulder and head. So umpire Crawford doing the needful, signaling a wide. So on the body and tucked into the leg side. And of course, this is the 2024 edition of the 4-day championship, the CWI 4-day championship. And in the game in Spanish Town in Jamaica, Barbados Pride versus the combined campuses and colleges. Of course, remember Barbados 344 for 8 declared in their first innings. That century from Kevin Wickham, the anchor of that innings, the backbone of that innings. And today the combined campuses and colleges were bowled out for 185 and are now batting in their second innings. They are 46 for 1. So they still trail by 113 runs to do the combined campuses and colleges.
Of course, this is one of the two teams that was brought into the competition this year. We are looking at the other one, the academy.
Short again. And this one, look across to the umpire at square leg and the standing umpire. No signal, so that will bring us to the end of another over, 83 for 3.
And we are saying 83 for 3, but effectively 43 for 3. The Leeward Islands having been led on first innings by some 40 runs. As we get a close-up look at the ship, of course, just a couple of weeks ago we had the largest ship here in Bastia, the Icon of the Seas.
Oh, the Icon of the Seas did come to St. Kitts.
As a matter of fact, I think St. Kitts was the first port of call.
Wow.
For the Icon of the Seas.
That ship is huge. I have a couple of friends who are engineers in shy at the stumps here, and well back is Michael Louis in his crease. And even while that ship was being built, they sent me a couple of videos from the shipyard where it was being built, and you can see even from just the initial frame that it was going to be exactly as the name says, an iconic vessel. Captain Naim Young continuing from that southern end, the southern end where in the distance sits the port.
That ship, of course, is about some 80 to 84 feet longer than the next biggest ship, the one below it. So it's really a massive boat indeed.
Naim Young going straight again, and so far since the restart he is definitely erred on that straighter line, looking to hit the off stump, top of off, and the other one Yorker length in nature. He hasn't bowled many short deliveries, save and apart the delivery that he got his wicket with. Here's one again attacking those stumps on a loud appeal. Just a handful of short deliveries from him, but he's been bowling really straight lines.
Yes, and I think he's more in a supporting role here for Johan Lane. Lane seems to be doing more of the attacking. He has been bowling the short pitch delivery on a number of occasions. But Young bowling a good delivery that time, nipping into the right-handed Jamal Hamilton.
This one is a tad shorter from Naim Young and a bit wider outside that off stump, and punched away. And would you believe it? It's gone for 4.
Well timed shot there by Louis.
The word immaculate comes to mind.
Certainly. He just punched it up to the extra cover boundary for 4.
And he hit the bottle direct. And it surprised me that it did go for 4, because it just seems so innocuous, just a back foot punch, really looking like he was defending the ball off of the back foot.
But this has been a good knock by Louis.
Quick single.
Quick single, a good return, and Hamilton could have been in trouble. Could have been close.
Yeah, he probably may have been just an oomph short. At the end of another over, an eventful over, and the score moves on to 89 for 3. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
And just earlier we were speaking of wicket keepers who should be able to bat. Hamilton is a good example. He has come in at number 5 for the Leeward Islands, and he has been one of the better batsmen over the years. So certainly he contributes well with the bat, and on a number of occasions he has dug the Leeward Islands out of trouble. And he has that ability to counter-attack.
Yeah, the last time I saw him, I would have been in the Super 50 a couple of months back at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad, where he did indeed dig his team out of some trouble in one of those games. Joshua James, the young man from Wim in Tobago, is into the attack. Picked up 3 for 11 in the first innings, and starts at 1, looking to hit that top of off, and just turned into the leg side. Of course, Joshua James, this is the first game that he's bowling since picking up a back injury some time ago. He did play a couple of other tournaments and club cricket and so on, but he hasn't bowled up until now. So we spoke about that this morning in terms of players staying fit, and it is good to see that Joshua is back to full fitness. Lifting delivery outside off stump. A young man who attended Signal Hill in Tobago.
Signal Hill, tell me more about that.
Signal Hill Comprehensive, Signal Hill Senior Comp, or Signal Hill Secondary School as it's now known.
Oh, okay.
And Signal Hill is also the alma mater of some other famous sons of the soil. As we just saw the shot of the St. Kitts Football Club just to the west of us. Famous son Dwight York would have attended Signal Hill for some time as well.
Was Dwight York a very good friend of Brian Lara?
My mother would say 2 peas in a pod. And you add Russell Latapy to the mix. And they say good friendship better than pocket money. And I think the 3 of them personify that. But definitely it's good.
I think they also have good pocket money.
Quite possibly. You are right. But definitely it is good to see Joshua James back bowling and picking up those 3 wickets for just 11 runs in some 7 overs in the first innings. Good signs for Trinidad and Tobago and the West Indies cricket. This one down the leg side, and what a take. He apologizes, does Joshua James, but the applause from all 10 fielders tells you the brilliance of young Tuckett behind the stumps. This one is down the leg side, and it was moving further down the leg side, and the short stature of the man, almost reminiscent of another short wicketkeeper in David Williams.
Yes, certainly. He has been fantastic in this game so far, young Tuckett, and really saving his team some 4 runs there, 4 extras.
Joshua James just not getting the run-up right there, and just pulling out at the last moment. 1 delivery to go in the over, and some 18 overs are still to go in the day's play. Of course, that's weather and light permitting, and just about half an hour's play on this, the third day of this first match here at the Warner Park in the beautiful Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Back of a length and defended well by Jamal Hamilton, who is on 3. Mikhail Louis on 44, and the score on to 90 for 3 in this encounter between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy. And talking about encounters and the game, Windward Islands Volcanoes versus the Jamaica Scorpions. The Windward Islands, just up to a few moments ago, needed just 8 runs for victory. And in fact, Jamaica Scorpions 159 in their first innings. Windward Islands Volcanoes 341, and then bowling out Jamaica Scorpions for 234. So a target of 53, and up to a short time ago they were 45 for 1. As I welcome Gary in back alongside me. Good afternoon to you, Gary.
Good afternoon to you, Gerard, and good afternoon to listeners. So this is a very good game developing here between the Leewards and the West Indies Academy. I'm sure the West Indies Academy feeling good about themselves, the way they have performed thus far in this match.
Indeed. I would say it's almost in the balance. I don't know if you have a different opinion of who's on top. This one short from Naim Young. It's pulled, and pulled well by Mikhail Louis in front of square. That'll carry him on to 48.
As you look at it on the monitor, short ball, and Louis was onto the back foot and swung it for 4. With the deficit of 40 runs on the first innings, they're now just 54 runs for 3 wickets. I think that the West Indies Academy could feel comfortable if they can get some more wickets and they can put pressure on the Leewards.
And so many times, 1 wicket brings 2 and 3. And of course, in this present spell by Naim Young, since the resumption, he's picked up that 3rd wicket for his team. Possibly the reason why he's continued on with this spell, a little bit an extended spell. As in that first innings, he bowled his bowlers at times in shorter spells. This one is short and well-directed, smelling the leather was Mikhail Louis.
Yes, a good short delivery. He thought about going after it in terms of hooking, but then I thought he would have pulled out at the last minute. Look at it on the monitor, because he hustled onto him a bit, I'm sure, quicker than he probably expected it to come onto him.
Yeah, Naim Young, one of those skiddy type bowlers at times, and just gets that extra yard of pace from time to time that just surprises you. And he's been, I was talking with Earl, for this period, he's been more in those straighter lines, attacking the stumps, just as he is here now. So that short ball, definitely his surprise delivery.
And Mikhail Louis has looked good. As his innings has progressed, he has looked better and better. I just hope that he will continue and bat as long as possible for the Leewards, because they would need him to be batting there for a long time.
Well, he's one-upped his brother, because his brother made 45 in the first innings and he's now on to 48. He'll have some as he guides this one, and a quick single, called through by Jamal Hamilton, and good response from Mikhail Louis to realize the call was that of the non-striker, realizing that the second slip had some way to go to recover the ball, and that single brings us to the end of another over, 95 for 3, and Mikhail Louis just 1 away from a first-class half-century. He'll have some boasting rights over his brother to tell him, I got to a half-century and you fell short.
And in his first game as well for the Leewards, getting to a half-century, that would be a good achievement for the youngster.
And it will do his confidence a world of good. And as you mentioned, he's been really compact in the second innings, and he's looked a good batter. And his confidence has seemingly just grown with every delivery that he's faced. And even those couple of pull shots that he played, he looked so comfortable. Then there was that back foot punch through extra cover. That was probably the shot of the day. When you think about the timing of that one. Joshua James is back from the commentary box end. lifting delivery back of a length. They're looking for that single, but it's not there.
So Louis just 1 run away from a half century. Leewards lead by just 55 runs. So in effect, they're 55 for 3. They're a deficit of 40 on the first innings. They made 137, and the West Indies Academy would have replied with 177. Louis has been there from the start of the Leeward's second innings.
Back of a length again. Jamal Hamilton is almost like, almost like he has ants in his pants, as my grandmom would say. He's running halfway down the wicket, halfway down the pitch. Indeed. But that tells you about the mindset, though, of Jamal Hamilton in particular. He wants to keep the game progressing. He wants to get on strike. And even if not get on strike, he wants to keep the scoreboard ticking over, as we saw in the last ball of the last over. An edge found, but it's going to run between the second slip and the gully down to the boundary now. And that boundary, the loud cheers are coming from the players' pavilion just to the right of us. And a loud appreciation for this young man, Michael Louis, with his first half century in Leeward Islands colours. And it will feel good as he raises his bat and acknowledges his teammates.
With 9 fours in that half century, good knock, 92 balls. And let's hope that he can continue. But I'm sure he will tell you that he opened the face of the bat and guided that down to third man for 4.
Straying down the leg side, said there was a half of an appeal, as probably one of the only blemishes so far in the wicket-keeping game of a young Colin Tuckett, dropping the ball. And the length of time he's taking to get up, I think possibly it did take something on the way through.
Well, we look at it on the monitor.
Indeed, it did take something going down that leg side. We can look at it again, though, and we have that benefit. And we see on replay, it just seemed to come off the face of the bat, and wicketkeeper Tuckett was grabbing at this one. This one down the leg side again, but too far away from anything. And this time, wicketkeeper Tuckett collects that drop catch, though. It would have to go down as a drop catch by our estimation. He just seemed to be grabbing at the ball rather than just allowing for it to come to him, as he's done throughout the entire course of the game so far. Behind the sticks, young Tuckett. Michael Louis with a single that will bring up 100 on the board for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and their lead now of 59. And definitely a wonderful sign to see the 23-year-old Michael Louis getting to 50 and guiding his team to a significant lead now in this 4-day encounter versus the West Indies Academy. And the score now 100 for 3, and some 14 overs or 20 minutes to go. Whichever one comes first. Of course, light and weather permitting, which I don't think will be a problem, as the shadows lengthen as you see in your screen. Still brilliant sunshine here at Warner Park as Naeem Young continues, and just punched away. It's misfielded, but no harm, no foul.
And to get 14 overs, you'll need at least 1 hour to get 14 overs, so that will be after 6. I mean, the sun will have already set in the western sky. So it will be dark here at Warner Park.
Indeed, and it just seems to get so dark so quickly. But once we have completed the day's play at 5:30 today, we'll be back here tomorrow for day 4. Play expected to start at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time. So just back of a length from Naeem Young, and punched into the covers. And there's no run. And day 4 promises to be quite an exciting encounter. This one between the Leeward Islands and the West Indies Academy. I think that a result is definitely still possible here. Short, pulled. There's a man at deep square leg on the boundary. He's going to recover now and run added to the total. A run added to the lead.
So a good shot. He got on top of it because there was a fielder down on the back of the square fence and he played it down and he came across to his left. So Mikhail Louis continued to bat well. So what is the management team will be hoping that these two can bat until the end of play?
And as you mentioned, a well played pull shot. I think the only person who didn't play the pull shot well since the resumption after the rain, because it's been a ploy to bowl at them short, was Kofi James, who just could not get on top of his own. But Mikhail Louis, for the most part, has always, as Earl was saying earlier, he is pulled from up to down, bringing the ball back down to the ground rather than down to up in the air. And Naim Young, just a false start there. 2 slips, backward of point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square leg and fine leg, and that deep square leg and the fine leg tells you that that short ball will be coming at some point. And there it is, but that one outside the off stump and just swaying away like the gentle breeze, moving those trees out to the back of the ground. There's Jamal Hamilton as the cruiser ships leave us here. They port of call, and now they're off to another destination. And single down to fine leg brings us to the end of another over. Kelvin Pittman on the field. And I'll have to take a look around to see who is on the field for. But I saw him doing some bowling earlier today in the nets, and he was working up some good pace. Was Pittman. So the end of an over, and the players seem to be having a bit of refreshments.
Refreshments with 50 minutes to go in a day's play. We had the rain interruption, which lasted for some time. So this game has been severely affected by rain. Yesterday, we lost the entire day's play, and now today, we also lost some time. But it's still a possibility that there could be a victory for one of the teams in this competition.
Yeah, so the drinks break in the afternoon session, and while the players and the umpires avail themselves of some refreshment, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 102 for 3, and they have a lead now. And while the players take a drink, the leader 62. We'll take a break, a short break as well, and we'll join you back in a couple of minutes' time. The lengthening shadows as the sun goes down to the west of the Warner Park. And the end of a day 3 beckons in just about 15 minutes time. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes with a lead of 62 runs, looking to press on and give their bowlers a target to defend. The West Indies Academy, on the other hand, looking to prize out 7 remaining wickets and keep that target for victory as low as possible, as Joshua James will continue after the drinks break from the commentary booth end. And Joshua James, a part of the winning under-23 team in a recently concluded under-23 tournament back in Trinidad. He also, along with Mbiki Joseph, who's in this game as well, would have represented the West Indies at the 2020 Under-19 World Cup. Jama Hamilton will take strike. And good to see him bowling again. And he is looking really now back to full fitness, and he's generating some good pace. And being a tall lad, he does get that just that extra bounce at times, as we saw with a couple of those short balls that just shot up into the air. There you go. There's an example of it. And wicketkeeper Tuckett once again doing well. This one just with the angle going down the leg side, signaled by the umpire as one over the shoulder for the over. So 2 slips and a gully, backward point, extra cover. Mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, and a backward square leg. Shortish in nature again from Joshua James. And just dropping those hands at the last moment was Jamal Hamilton, who is on a 4 from 15 deliveries. And this is good to see from Jamal Hamilton, who can have I wouldn't say a rush of blood, but by nature, that aggressive side of wanting to go after the bowling, but with 15 minutes to go, this is good from him.
Yes, and I think he realized the importance of staying in the middle and giving the support to Louis.
Again, back of a length from James, and of course Jamal Hamilton, his 100th first-class game. It tells you that he's one of the senior players in this Leeward Islands team, so the responsibility definitely falls in main part on his shoulders to ensure that no further loss to the end of play today. Very watchful, Jamal Hamilton, as he turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. There again, watchful is Jamal Hamilton, as maiden over, the first over after the drinks break. From Joshua James. He's now bowled 6 overs for just 12 runs, no wickets just yet. And we move on at the end of that over, 102 for 3. 2 wickets for Johan Lane and 1 for Naeem Young. The 3 wickets to go so far. 55 from Mikael Louis. And definitely he has time that it probably would be in the back of his mind that he can get to a century, but it's still some way off.
At least not today. Hopefully. Well, do we have enough overs?
Well, I'll tell you something.
Do we have time?
I'll tell you something. If he gets to a century today, that would be some batting. But I think just by the nature of his approach to batting at this time, we know he's not thinking about that. As he sways away from this short delivery, Naim Young, the skipper, continues from the southern end. Just his approach would tell you that he's aware that the close of play is nigh, and he's just going to be watchful. And if those thoughts of a century enter his mind, it's definitely going to be a project for day 4. This one, back of a length from Young again, and nicely lying and just punching it off that back foot into the offside. Still 2 fielders out on that leg side, this deep square leg and the fine leg. So we're still thinking, and that possibility still lies of the short ball coming. There's the short ball pulled, skied into the air. The fielder coming from a square leg completes the catch. And the 4th wicket down. He could not help himself, could Mikhail Louis. And Rivaldo Clark holding that one in.
Yeah, it was a short ball. It was outside the off stump. It didn't come up as high as I'm sure he wanted, and he probably took the outer part of the bat and just went in the air for an easy catch. And I'm sure that Mikhail Louis is very disappointed, knowing that he's coming close to the end of the day's play, and he has virtually given his hands away, and certainly putting pressure now on the rest of the Leewards batting.
So the score now 102 for 4, 62 runs the lead. And Daniel Durham it is who is walking to the middle at number 6, ahead of Rakeem Cornwall, the captain, who in my estimation is a more established batter.
And Terrence Ward.
As well, exactly.
Maybe you're sending a night watchman. Is it possible that they're sending a night watchman?
Well, I was about to ask you if that phrase still exists in the modern game.
It seemed that way, because Terrence Ward certainly is a much better batsman than Daniel Durham.
And that's not to take away anything from Daniel Durham and his quality with the bat. He can handle himself with the bat, if you will. But definitely probably just really out there just to see the days play out. But another wicket down, and by my estimation, because of the timing in particular of that wicket, Gary, I think now definitely the pendulum has swung to the West Indies Academy.
Yes, definitely, because that's a very important wicket. Mikhail Louis was batting very well, and now getting that wicket. And I'm sure now they would have gotten that wicket. They're hoping to get another 1 or 2 and put some more pressure on the Leewards on day 4.
Well, I tell you, we always say 1 wicket brings another and another, 2 and 3. And with 10 minutes or so left in the day's play, if the Academy manage to pry out 2 more wickets, they will definitely be well ahead. And Naim Young continues around the wicket on this occasion to the left-handed Daniel Durham, who defends nicely. This one just outside the off stump, and Durham is watchful, lets it go by to wicketkeeper Tuckett. So far just a couple of deliveries he's faced, and he seems to be, as we mentioned, just there to see to the end of play.
And it might just play into the hands of the West Indies Academy bowlers.
This one short from Young. And that brings us to the end of the over. A wicket maiden from Captain Naim Young. And the score remains at 102. 4 wickets now down the Leeward Islands, and their lead is 62.
So the West Indies Academy continue to pick up wickets at crucial interval. And they got the last wicket of the top scorer so far in the innings. That's Mikel Louis. Remember, the Leewards only made 137 in the first innings, and now they're 102 for 4. And so they're in danger. If they don't get a good partnership, they could very well find themselves in a lot of trouble on day 4. If they do not make 200 runs, it is quite likely that the West Indies Academy can win this game here at Warner Park.
And speaking about win, Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica, the home team, the Jamaica Scorpions, are going down by 9 wickets to the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and inside the third day. Defended nicely by Jamal Hamilton as Joshua James continues. The scores in that match, Jamaica Scorpions 159 all out and 234 all out. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes with 341 and 55 for 1. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes shooting out front now with a outright victory. This one a short delivery, and Tuckett did well to get a piece of his glove to that one.
Yes, Tuckett is short, and that one was high over his head, and he did well. He stuck up the right hand and got a glove to it. Otherwise, he could have gone into boundary for 4 byes, maybe, or 4 wides, depending. Did the umpire signal? No, so it would have been 4 byes.
He did signal wide indeed, because it was well above the head of Jamal Hamilton. Jamal Hamilton not not that tall either, but definitely wonderful work by young Tuckett once again. So a couple of fielders are close in with Daniel Durham on a strike. 3 slips and a gully, short extra cover, forward short leg. And men in catching position. Angled across the left-handed Durham by Joshua James into the gloves of Tuckett.
So the shadow is beginning to lengthen here at Warner Park. It's the umpire now switching over to the other side of the field. He's at point for the left-hander as the sun beginning to set down in the western sky.
This one is on the legs, full, clipped away by Durham, down to the boundary for 4 runs.
So the body line delivery and all that Durham had to do was to get back on it. He did that, and he got it down to fine leg for 4. So runs are crucial for the Leewards. They'll try and get as many runs as possible. And they also want to keep those 2 wickets intact, and the hopeful that they can take them to the end of the day's play. Presently scoring at 3.24 runs per over. A lead of 68.
He changes angle and come around the wicket now, Joshua James, and just outside the off stump, and Durham is watchful. So the combined campuses and colleges is still trail by 96 runs against the Barbados Pride, and they only have 8 wickets in their second innings remaining. As that game also goes into the final hour of play out there in Spanish town, Kingston, Jamaica. Leg gully in place now as well. Driving, missing is Daniel Durham, and the gasps around the ground tells you maybe a shade of paint, a coat of paint, it may have clipped the off stump or even taken the edge of the bat.
went for the drive, was pitched up on the off stump, and he couldn't resist. He went after it, but fortunately, it went past the outer edge.
This one just a tad shorter, but still that corridor outside the off stump, and Joshua James completes another over, his 7th in the second innings. He hasn't picked up any wickets yet, but he's been quite economical, just 18 runs from his 7 overs.
Umpires checking their watch. We're going to wait and see if there's going to be another over. Okay, so we'll get another over.
And it's 108 for 4. As Naim Young takes his position at the start of his run-up down at that southern end, and does the adjustments accordingly to his field, still keeping those 2 men out behind square on the leg side. So possibly the short ball coming again. Jamal Hamilton is not just ready yet, retaking his guard. This one down the leg side, and it's clipped away by Hamilton. And the fielder, Ashmead Ned, down at fine leg, does the cleaning up. So just 1 more added to the total. And the lead on to 69, 109 for 4. The score in the Leeward Islands' second innings. Coming around the wicket, Naim Young angling that one into Durham, who's up to the task. Punches back onto the offside. So this definitely seems to be the last over of the day. In my estimation, I think the day belongs possibly to the academy just by a smidgen.
Yes, you would say that because they were able to take a lead of 40 runs, and now they have picked up 4 wickets, and they have restricted the Leewards quite nicely.
Driven the other half of the bat from Durham to the fielder at point, and there's no run.
The first session of play tomorrow will determine how this game go, and I'm sure that the academy team going into the end of the day's play today will feel like they're in front.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, the 4th morning, I think with Jamal Hamilton still there, I think tomorrow morning he's going to come out probably within the first half an hour and be a bit watchful before he gets into gear. Pushed in the air, a couple of bounces and a shy at the stumps, or shadowing a throw to the stumps, the mid-off fielder. I think Jamal Hamilton will be the one probably within the first half an hour of play tomorrow on the 4th day. Once he gets settled, that will take the initiative and push the scoring as best as and as far as possible to get that lead up over 100 and well past it. Looking to pull, and well stopped by Tuckett as that one seemed to just come off the hip of Durham, and the umpires moving into place. Players, it seems like we're going to still have another over, will we?
Yes, there's still time for another over. So I'm sure that the West Indies Academy will hoping in this last over they can pick up another wicket, and the Leewards will hoping that these two can take them through until the end of the day's play.
So for the next over, Joshua James will continue from the commentary booth end. And quite economical so far as Earl comes back in alongside me to guide us through to the close of play.
Interesting though, we thought that they were scheduled to end at 5:30, and that might explain the water break taken earlier on.
Yeah, there is that extra half an hour that can be taken at the discretion of the match officials. Of course, the light is still wonderful. No problems with the light and no rain clouds in sight. So So you see, you learn something every day.
Yeah, certainly.
Of course, the rationale is whichever is greater, that's the road that you follow. So in this instance, the number of overs is greater, so they go down with just about 10 overs to go in the day's play by what the scoreboard has up. So once the conditions are playable, we can move on past the scheduled time of a play of ending play.
Of course, we do have some shadows being cast by the lights on this ground, but they're not affecting the square, of course. The far end, of course. We do have some shadows cast by the stands and pavilion over that side. But the playing area, the light is pretty good, so reason to continue.
And just outside the off stump again. And just missing that off stump. And of course, a thank you to match referee Mr. Rion King for reminding us of the rationale and how the playing conditions are set out.
In fact, that delivery seemed to have passed over the off stump of Durham. And being saved, of course, by the fact that it was over the top of off stump and a good bounce there, taking it through to the keeper.
This one down the leg side, and Tuckett is again called into action. And as you see, a good bounce. The playing surface, even with the moving on and off of covers during the course of the day, all the persistent rain over the last the last day or so, the surface has stayed quite compact and played quite well.
Well, it has some grass on it, and this, of course, would help to keep it together. And at the same time, we had a whole day yesterday when it was covered, so as this one goes by outside the off stump. So the wicket certainly would have held together quite nicely.
And the bounce and everything has been true. We haven't seen any deliveries just shoot off or any uneven bounce at all, as we've come to the end of another over, and the score moves on to 110 for 4 with some 9 overs remaining in the day's play by our estimation and by what's up on the scoreboard.
And what we are seeing now is the start of another over from the far end.
Yeah.
The captain will continue, but at the same time too, it's getting a bit darker, just slightly darker, and this ground is not bathed in as much sunlight as it was an over ago.
Yeah, quite an extended spell here from Captain Naeem Young. We restarted the play after the rain breaker with him in the middle of his fifth or sixth over, and that would have been at 4:20 Eastern Caribbean time, and he's still bowling, and it's just about 20-6. So he's definitely had an extended spell, has the captain. He has picked up a couple of wickets in the innings.
10 for 4, effectively 70 for 4, the Leeward Islands.
And taking that responsibility is Naeem Young. This one guided between the slipper and the point fielder, and a couple of runs added to the total and added to that lead.
And I'm wondering if the Leeward Islands would have misread the situation in sending a night watchman in that early. He has had quite a number of deliveries to face and quite some time out there.
Yeah, I think they probably had in their mind 5:30 Eastern Caribbean time, close of play, and not realizing that as this one is punched to mid-on by Hamilton, no run. As the match referee reminded us of the rationale of the playing conditions, I think the Leeward Islands erred indeed, not realizing that it was really about the number of overs playing conditions permitting that would take precedence over the scheduled close of play at 5:30.
And of course, we have lost a lot of time in the match so far, much more than a day. In fact, the whole of yesterday was washed out, and it only makes sense that once the playing conditions are good, you try and make up time.
Yeah, that's usually always the thought process when you talk to many of the umpires. It's always about giving as much opportunity for the game to play. Even when there's rain and other things around. And this one, having a drive outside that off stump, and Hamilton not really getting across to the delivery, just that trigger movement and the flay of the hands, and so easily could have taken that outside edge.
Interestingly though, Bishop is coming into the attack. And I suspect that Naeem Young realizes that the light is fading. And if he persists with his fast bowler, the umpire might be forced to bring play to a halt for the day.
I'm glad you mentioned Naeem Young, because during his last over, I was going to ask you. You asked me that question on the first day, because we had the washout day yesterday. I'm going to ask you the same question. Given that Naeem Young has had that extended spell, and I mentioned that it just seemed that he wants to take the responsibility as captain on his shoulders to continue getting the breakthroughs and getting the wickets and marshal his troops through. You asked me about my perspective on his captaincy. I want to know your perspective on his captaincy in the progression of this game so far.
Well, he has been good, and he has read the game well. And of course, from the start, he won the toss. He made the correct decision by inserting the Leeward Islands, and he has managed his forces quite well out there. And in fact, he has bowled out the Leewards for 137 in the first innings, which means that the captain is doing something good. But he has kept control of the game for most parts, and we have not seen him panicking at any time.
As Joshua Bishop into the attack now, with just about 8 overs to go in the day's play, this one included. Durham defending. It's always a joy to see the young leaders in the West Indies setup. This one just almost sneaking through. On that back foot was Durham defending and almost sneaking through his defenses. And Hamilton is going to have a word with him.
Naim Young too, he's not afraid to go on the attack, and he has always been looking to pick up wickets, and we have seen him set in the attacking fields, and certainly it has brought dividends.
Yeah, and you can't understate too much. This one is forward this time and pushing out into the covers, and you can't understate the value of a captain across any sport for that matter, but more so in cricket, where you're always involved in the game. You're always doing something. You're always checking the numbers, checking on your strategy. This one forward and defending is Durham. I think it's one of the only sports where the captain is always engaged in the game, and it's so wonderful, as I said, to see the young leaderships and the young leaders are coming through the fore in the Caribbean.
The thing about Naim Young is that he's prepared to have long spells while bowling, which suggests to me that he's prepared to lead from the front. He's prepared to take on the responsibility, the mantle of responsibility, and lead from the front and the bowl long spells. In fact, he's going to continue from the far end, and he would be bowling to Hamilton.
And it's interesting that you mentioned that, because many a time when you have a bowler who's a captain, sometimes they go the other direction, where they don't want to bowl themselves too much for fear that they take away from what their own players and their own bowling lineup can do.
And as anticipated, Young was going to take up the attack from the far end, and it seems as though the umpire would have told him if he continued, he would have called play. So he's going to bring a spinner into the attack now. Ned will pick up the attack from the far end. So as I would have hinted earlier on, if the spinners do not operate at this time, the umpires might be forced to call play.
Indeed. And Ashmead Ned, one of those young bowlers who has come up through the ranks, so to speak, through the age group cricket, and represented his country on occasions. And he would have had figures of 2 for 3 as he starts on a good length. 2 for 3 in the first innings.
Yes, certainly had. And I think he would have bowled in excess of 10 overs.
10.2 exactly. 7 of those being maidens. Probably a joy as a captain to know that when you have a first change or a second change or a third change bowler, you can consider them an attacking or wicket-taking bowler.
Well, there's the benefit of a bowler who is keeping it tight and also being able to pick up wickets. And that, of course, is a bonus to the captain.
Similar to that first innings, Ashmead Ned was called upon after all the seamers would have had their go at the Leeward Islands, and would have made those early inroads in that first innings. Thanks again to the captain, Naim Young. Cut away by Jamal Hamilton, backward of point. Pittman is after it. Pittman will not get it. And Jamal Hamilton picks himself up a boundary late on the third evening of this 4-day encounter.
4 valuable runs there to the Leewards take their lead to 76 runs with 4 wickets down. And we could look forward to a very interesting and very intriguing match tomorrow. Just 4 wickets down for the Leeward Islands. We know Louis and Ward batted well in the first innings, and if they could stitch together some partnerships, they could give the academy a score which could produce an interesting encounter tomorrow, weather permitting.
Shy at the stumps, and a bobble from wicketkeeper Tuckett, but Akim Ogisa does the backing up, and no harm done, and a single to end the over, and Hamilton looking to keep strike really with that forcing of that single.
Normally you would think that the batsman, the better batsman, would be looking to stay off strike at this point, but he was eager to get down to the other end, and risking getting run out and taking a quick single.
I just want to go back to what you were mentioning towards the end of the last over. The Leewards do have Terence Ward, Raheem Cornwall, Jeremiah Louis, and Colin Archibald in their batting lineup. Of course, not necessarily in that order, but of course, Terence Ward getting a start in the first innings with 28. Raheem Cornwall not scoring in the first innings, so he's almost due for runs, if you will. And then, of course, that 45 by Jeremiah Louis coming off of 123 deliveries. He probably wouldn't want to take 123 deliveries tomorrow, so he may have to adjust his game if the Leeward Islands are to press forward for that victory.
The Leewards, though, would be looking to keep wickets in hand, at least for the first out tomorrow, and build an innings, and then perhaps if they get into a good position, look to accelerate.
Yeah, I was mentioning that just a while ago to Gary that I feel like Jamal Hamilton will be the one in the morning, within the first half an hour, get himself settled and then press the accelerator and push the scoring on. And it's good to see 13 from 37 in this second innings. He's played so far with a great responsibility. Been watchful. This one he's guided through the slips and down to third man and looking for a second run, but it's not there. Just outside, just out of that outstretched hand of Akim Ogis in the slip region.
Yes, and there's one gentleman who said that this game is going to last for 2 days. But there are so many variables in cricket. This is one game that I do not really bet on.
I wonder
going into the fourth day tomorrow.
I wonder who that could have been that said this game would finish in 2 days.
Well, I guess the rain would have contributed.
I'm one who's glad he was wrong on this occasion, and the game was going on into the fourth day. For like intents and purposes, Durham drives at a foolish delivery from Ned, who from Bishop, I beg your pardon, who continues from the commentary box, and the end of another over. Just about 5 overs remaining in the day's play, and the score moves on to 118 for 4, a lead now of 78, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
But in fairness, though, perhaps if we had not had the rain interruption and lost the whole day, this game could very well have been over by now, and we will not be sitting here in the twilight witnessing the spin bowlers in operation.
You may very well be right. We've already had one game in this round one of the 2024 CWI 4-day championship. We've already seen one game end inside 3 days, the Jamaica Scorpions and Windward Islands Volcanoes. Windward Islands Volcanoes winning by 9 wickets. And
so we have been informed that probably in another 5 minutes or so, well, by our watch, of course, at 6 o'clock by the umpire's clock, if the overs are not completed, this game would be called off for the day.
Yeah, so that's that extra half an hour because the light is still quite good. It's the twilight, as you call it, but it's still quite playable with the spinners, of course, being in operation. Ashmead Ned, one of those spinners, continuing.
But Hamilton is helping himself to a boundary. It was short, a rather innocuous delivery, and he punched it out to the cover boundary for 4. A very good shot indeed by Hamilton.
Yeah, so, again, being aware that he still has to keep that scoreboard ticking over, getting that bad ball and doing the needful.
Well, there's no sense in occupying the wicket and not scoring.
This one is foolish, and he drives through extra cover and will pick himself up a single quite early in the over.
Leewards, of course, will have to keep the scoreboard ticking over, scoreboard moving along. They cannot allow themselves to be bogged down and then get bowled out cheaply. This, of course, would have happened in the first innings, and in the end, they just got some 137 runs. But they have been more positive in this inning so far, and they have been looking to score.
Ned over the wicket to the left-handed Durham, and you can see a bit of evidence of what we were chatting about a while ago. Naeem Young still a bit on the attack here against Durham, who's probably the lesser established of the batters. The leg slip and the forward short leg, a first slip in place, a wide-ish first slip. Probably at a second slip, more so. Catching extra cover. Short mid-wicket as well. This one is turning.
Looks like it struck him in front, but it might have pitched outside the leg stump.
Yeah, he's going around the wicket. And definitely pitching way outside the leg stump, and struck outside the leg stump by my estimation as well. And this one full going across Durham. He just brings the hands down nicely and drives out into the covers.
Yeah, certainly on review, that one seemed to have not only pitched outside the leg stump, but the batsman being struck outside the leg stump also.
Yeah, Naeem Young putting in another slipper. This one almost sneaking through. And the running of Tuckett and Ogies down to the other end. Almost like they're practicing for the 2024 Paris Olympics. And that tells you that, that word we've been using, game aware, they realize that they can get as many overs in here. So let's hurry up and get down to the other end and give our bowlers an opportunity. Joshua Bishop it will be from the commentary booth end.
And of course, Hamilton having a conversation. I don't know, he's the batsman. I don't know what advice Durham could give him. But I think that was just gamesmanship, trying to eat up some seconds and ensuring that this is the last over of the day's play.
This one just a tad short and wide outside that off, some fraction of a turn away from Hamilton as he cuts away into the point region. Foolish from Bishop, who allows it to go by, and again probably gamesmanship, but he could have fielded the ball, but he allowed it to go by to allow for the single to bring Durham back on strike.
Well, I wonder if that's a really good ploy, because it would mean that Hamilton would be off strike, and possibly, even if he gets Durham out at this point, I think that would be the end of the day's play. And it means Hamilton would have strike first thing tomorrow. Durham, of course, not one of the frontline batsmen. So I'm not too certain if that is a good ploy.
Slip a leg, slip on a forward short leg in a place around the wicket, and across Durham, who's forward and defending.
You know, sometimes I wonder, too many times we try to get the better batsman off strike, but sometimes you would think, as this one is defended by Durham, you would think that if you have the better batsman on strike and you could get him out, you might place your team in a better position. But there's a tendency to let the better batsman off strike.
This one, flight delivery from Bishop, Well, outside the off stump, and Durham lets it go by. And
I think he was trying to tempt him into a shot. That one, it was real slow, really well flighted.
I would add to what you mentioned in terms of getting that more established batter off strike. Flighted delivery again, defended astutely. I think sometimes we don't give some of the lower order batters enough credit for their ability with the bat, as that dot ball defended by Durham brings us to the end of the over and the end of day 3 in this first match at the Warner Park in St. Kitts and Nevis between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy. And at the end of day 3, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have made their way to 124 for 4. So just to remind you of how the game stands, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowled out for 137 in their first innings. The Academy replied with 177 in their first innings, and now the Hurricanes have a 124 for 4. A lead of 84 runs going into the final day, the fourth and final day tomorrow. And when they resume, they'll be looking to push forward with a couple more runs and possibly look to victory. But until tomorrow, when play is expected to begin at 9:30 Eastern Caribbean time, it's on behalf of our producer and commentators. It's so long and bye-bye for now.